country still ought to be. It was lived not taught, it was earned not bought. Had to put in the work to get to the top, let me tell you. But I think's really gone wrong. These days it's all wannabes singing someone else's songs. Everybody's doing the same damn thing. Where have the rebels gone? 'Cause we don't need another pretty boy singing pretty songs. Fake country boys doing country all wrong. You need another Haggard or a Johnny Cash, somebody chewing backer and whipping ass. I need a preacher, I need a savior. How about y'all? Can I get a outlaw? It don't have to be honky-tonks, boots and Wrangler jeans. It ain't the banjo or the fiddle, no. It's the words and what they mean. If you're gonna talk the talk, you better walk the walk. And brother, that's the truth. So honestly, what would Waylon do? I can guarantee if he was alive today, he'd ask us one more time, "Boss, you sure ain't done it this way." We don't need another pretty boy singing pretty songs. Fake country boys doing country all wrong. We need another Haggard or a Johnny Cash, somebody chewing backer and whipping ass. I need a preacher, I need a savior. How about y'all? Can I get a outlaw?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon Spur, singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Gamecocks.
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are working really hard right now. There when you need them. A lot of you needed them over the last few days, cleaning it up from the mess that was left behind, although not as bad in this state as we've seen it in other places. But if you've maybe had an issue or haven't had one yet, but will have one, Resto Pros, Midlands, SC.com. Remember, Phil, the freezing temperatures aren't over. There's another chance this coming weekend for more winter weather, more down here on the coast to the Midlands, much less in the upstate, but not out of the question either. We don't know. Resto Pros, Midlands, SC.com. The Barn Dominium Company, they'll build a dream home that looks great in the snow, it looks great in the sun, summer, fall, winter, spring, whatever, all of it. Head to thebarndoco.com to build your dream home today. Full boat. That's Mad Dog. I'm JB. Coming up at 10:30, Preston Thorne will join us as he does on Tuesdays. And then Matt Smith will co-host the final hour, but we also will get Hale in here for a recruiting update a little bit later on in hour number 2 as well. Gamecock coaches are out on the road. We will have Darren Usher sometime next week. Could be National Signing Day. That Wednesday could be. We're working on the schedule now. I talked to Darren last night, and we'll get it figured out. But we will have Darren sometime next week, and he'll be able to kind of walk us through what it was like, what it looked like to put that transfer portal class together, and a bunch of stuff. So there's a lot of neat things to get to with him in just a few days. Excited about that. Which is crazy because National Signing Day we used to clamor that should be like a holiday. It was, you know what I mean? It was like
a full day of, just news, right? Like this person has committed, this person has signed, this person committed, hasn't signed, this person flipped. This, it's like it was exciting. There was so much news to be had that day, and now it just goes off with a whimper because the early signing day is the more exciting one. And even then, I don't think there's as much flipping, like last minute flipping, as there used to be, right? It's like everything's pretty much set in stone, especially with all the NIL deals and all of that have to kind of be worked out in behind the scenes. So there's not a lot of flipping that goes on.
No, there's not. I was actually looking this morning at the composite, and it was like the top 400 players, I believe, in the country in college football.
Yeah.
And I think there's only one that is not signed.
Wow.
So, but I mean, I don't. Hale mentioned, and I'll let him elaborate on this. Of course, I haven't asked about it. I have no details or anything, but he had mentioned that there could be, South Carolina could actually have a couple of names to monitor on National Signing Day. And I'm not sure who or what that means. Well, I guess JUCO guys can sign on National Signing Day.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. It's not just high school recruits.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe that's it. I mean, with the expansion of the scholarship limits, I would love to ask this question. I need to contact some sources on this and figure it out. But I guess with the expansion of rosters up to 105 scholarships, not everybody's doing 105, but you can offer up to 105.
Right.
I would venture a guess, at least in the near future, unless schools until some of them maybe change their approach on this, it probably adds some juice to junior college recruiting and probably add some juice to high school recruiting too. Guys who maybe have been squeezed out because of the portal over the last few years. I would venture a guess, like if you're just wanting to deepen your roster, like there used to be guys, that you would kind of take a shot on, a JUCO kid or a high school kid, out of high school, because there was no transfer portal, right? So you had to fill out your class because you had to fill out your roster. So you would take a flyer sometimes on a couple of guys that in the recent age of college football, you wouldn't, because you could go get another player from somewhere else who would better impact your program, somebody with more experience or whatever it was. But now with the expansion of rosters, maybe we're back to taking flyers on guys, at least temporarily. I don't know. That's interesting. I think there's three, it looks like, in the top 500 that are not signed.
3.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
Hey, all eyes on them, right?
Mhm. I guess so.
There's a whole lot of TV inventory that'll be able to watch all 3 of them make a decision.
I guess so. That's a good point. Yeah, if there's I don't know if they do anything for National Signing Day anymore. I mean, it rivaled National Signing Day back in the day, rivaled March Madness from the standpoint of I'd rather be anywhere but here. Like watching this, if the old boss button. I don't know. Do they still promote the boss button? That was Staples, right?
Staples, yeah. Oh, well, that was the easy button. Staples was.
Yeah, the easy button. But you hit it when your boss wasn't the commercial when your boss was coming. You hit the easy button, and
if they ask you to do something, you just tap the button, like
yeah, like it flipped your. It was on the computer, right? Don't I remember this correctly? So you had like a boss page or something. So you're watching the games on the computer.
Oh,
I remember
around the corner. What you're talking about. Yes. That was
boss
something.
Button.
You could hit a boss button on the screen or whatever.
Yeah.
It looked like you going right back to work.
Yeah, it was the boss button. Well, I thought, wasn't that sponsored by Staples, or am I wrong?
It might have been. It might have been. I don't remember though. I cannot remember who came up with that, but I do know specifically what you're talking about.
Because when I was at ESPN, and this was probably 8-10 years ago, when I was at ESPN, and we did have some. I got smart about this. I ended up selling it. So we would promote these March Madness parties on Thursdays and Fridays at like a local bar. So I'd be like, well, that's my client. I got to go over there and entertain these people starting at 11 a.m. And we would sit there and be able to eat lunch and kind of hang out and watch college basketball. But before I got smart enough to sell it, to make that a part of my job, Phil, we would be in the office, and I had the morning show. I didn't have an afternoon show yet on ESPN. And so I would, we would play around with that. Now, did work at ESPN radio, so they would understand if we were watching college basketball while we were in our offices. But at the same time, we did pull it up and just play around with it. So I remember the screen that you could click on that would like put a spreadsheet up. Oh yeah, working hard.
Yeah, look, right here at it. We had it.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Tonight at 7:00, the East-West Shrine Bowl will be played in Frisco, Texas. And if you tune in, DQ Smith, Monkel Goodwine, and Brian Thomas Jr., they will all be on the field representing the University of South Carolina. All 3 of them are working to get drafted this year. And so we'll see how they play. But best of luck to those guys. On the recruiting front, I'm going to ask Preston this here in a little bit. And I want to talk to Hale about it too. How would you characterize the state of South Carolina from a prospect, from the angle of what type of football? I'm talking about football here. what type of prospects traditionally this state produces. Think about that.
Yeah, I would say the volume is kind of disproportionate to the size of the state. I think JC and I had a discussion about that earlier this week or late last week. And that South Carolina seems to produce a high level of talent, that is not necessarily in line with how large, the 8th smallest state, if you will.
Well, hold on. Let me clarify here. I'm talking more along the line of like what type of prospects. Like, is this a defensive line?
That's what I was like. We're talking position groups, though, right?
Yeah, yeah,
so, yeah. I don't know. I mean,
it kind of comes in way. Here's why I'm asking,
because it does cycle. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
It does. Like, I think historically, if we're talking about just the University of South Carolina, they have had more success up front on the defensive side of the football. Like the superstars that they have signed from this state have, for the most part, generally worked out.
Mm-hmm.
But like, would you consider this a wide receiver producing state?
I would say so. I would say some pretty decent receivers come out of this state. When you look back, take a 10-year sample.
That's what I'm getting at here. You know, if you start to think about it, okay, where did Sidney Rice come from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did Alshon Jeffrey come from? This is just in recent history. Where did Dabo Samuel come from?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, Carolina has done really well, just South Carolina here, with in-state guys at that position. All right, so let's move around a little bit. There you go. Frederick A.J. Green from Summerville. Hate that Carolina missed out on him.
Yeah.
South Carolina's got an unbelievable track record. We mentioned this yesterday at putting guys in the NFL, and one of them is there right now from Irmo, playing for a Super Bowl, and Nicky Manwari. So you think about all the secondary guys that this state has produced. And again, we're just referencing the University of South Carolina. We're not even talking about Clemson,
right,
or South Carolina State, or players who've gone elsewhere. I mean, think about guys who've gone to Georgia and Florida State and North Carolina or whatever else it is. But you think about the DBs or any member of the secondary that's come out of South Carolina. Phil Sheldon's from this state. Jonathan Joseph is from this state. Stephon Gilmore is from this state.
Yeah.
Nick's out there. He's from this state.
It truly is amazing how much you can how you can crank it out.
You can crank it out.
What do you think about I think defense right now has a lead on offense, if you will. Like South Carolina produces more productive defensive players, and productive, I mean by, NFL level talent, right? We'll call that production for the sake of this argument.
You're talking about right now?
Right now than it is offensive players.
Present day. Craig said Shaq, Brian Edwards.
Brian Edwards, yeah.
Probably, I guess. See, I was looking at the 27 stuff this morning to talk to Hale about it. And there's a lot. It seems to me like it's a little bit more of a skill position affiliated class when it comes to the better prospects in South Carolina. I don't know that. It just seems that way. So it got me thinking when you look back at the history of the state and the amount of players it's produced, and how would you identify? Like if I asked you about the state of Texas or the state of like I would say the state of California, the first thing that comes to mind to me is quarterbacks every single time. And maybe that's because it's been kind of a popular talking point in our neck of the woods. I mean, the Gamecocks and Clemson have signed quarterbacks from the state of California, which is crazy to me, but they have a lot of them. Multiple, I should say, especially in recent memory. But I always think of quarterbacks when I think of California.
True. When I think of Texas, I think offense in general, right? Like I just think offense. Not that, some quarterbacks, but mostly like running back and wide receiver position talent. I feel like Texas, that's what it brings up in me. When you start talking about the upper Midwest, my mind immediately goes
Offensive
to
line.
offensive line, right? Yeah. It's
100%.
like there's certain like places around the country that have these associations with different position groups. So it's like, I think the Northeast, skill talent on offense typically is what I think. Like wide receivers, running
Defensive
backs,
backs, too.
yeah, and DBs. Yep, it's more length and speed there. And throughout the South, I probably have an association for defensive players. And I would even say a heavily lean toward defensive line in places like Georgia, Alabama, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Who's the linebacker state?
I don't know. I was thinking about that too because maybe Georgia.
Yeah. That's
Craig
an argument.
Craig said QBs out of Pennsylvania.
Hmm?
Like if you had to, that would be a fun middle of the summer. How does each state identify from the standpoint of recruiting? What is this state known for? You'd have to have a lot of information, but you could probably figure it out. I don't know what Alaska is known for.
That hard. Yeah. I mean, you could just take if you were just limiting it to the NFL, right? You get 32 53-man rosters for this past season.
But it's got to be born there.
And start there, right? Yeah, you got to trace back, where they were born.
Yeah, they have to have been kids who grew up and played their prep football in that state. I mean, South Carolina. I mean, you think about the run of defensive linemen too that have come out of this state over the years. I mean, heck, man, if you go back to the turn of the century, at one point in time, it was kind of a running back state. I mean, think about that for a second, right? I mean, you were churning and burning dudes back then. I mean, even at Clemson, I mean, Reggie Merriweather. Reggie is from the Barnwell area. You had Demetrius, you had Derek. Both those guys were the best running back in the country from the state of South Carolina, back to back, basically. Marcus came from this state. 15 or shoot. Wow. Boy, we're getting old. 16, 17 years ago. But I wouldn't associate South Carolina as a top running back producing state either.
No.
So, Craig, you're right. Reggie went to North Augusta, but where Reggie was originally from, like he grew up with some buddies of mine. But yes, he went to North Augusta. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I bet there probably is some data that would be interesting to look at. It may not mean anything. There's probably some, just coincidental things that happen there.
Yeah.
And the other side of it is like, okay, so my questioning mind is like, why? Why is this the way it is? And is there a certain type of scheme within the prep high school programs in these states that actually lends itself better to turning out a certain type of position player?
Here, the all-time recruits list for South Carolina, like basically the highest ranked guys they've ever signed. All right, Clowney, Rock Hill, Birch, Columbia. We have to include him. Yeah. Zach Pickens is from Anderson. All right, so those are three of the top. Those are three of the top 5 players. Marcus and Demetrius were 3 and 4 in that list, both running backs. All right, I got to skip over Dylan Stewart because he's from DC.
Yeah,
Ricardo Hurley. Now Ricardo came from Greenwood. That's the best linebacker prospect probably ever signed by the Gamecocks, specifically out of this state. But there have been great linebackers that have left this state and gone to play other places, notably, again, places like Tennessee and Florida State back in the 90s. Josiah Thompson, offensive lineman out of Dillon. Of course, he's still there. Stephon is from Rock Hill. Cliff Matthews out of Sherall, South Carolina. Again, another defensive lineman. Then you had Shaq. Here's another defensive lineman. George Gauze came from the Conway area. Got to come down the list a little bit here. Oh, I forgot about CC CeCe was a hell of a corner. He's from Chester. Now, he didn't spend much time in the NFL, but he's a good player at South Carolina, right? Doty, who was recruited in the mid-'90s, finally just departed the program, quarterback. I'm skipping over some guys because a lot of these guys aren't from South Carolina. Devontae from Rock Hill. Jazavian Currents now from Rock Hill. Kelsey Corals, defensive tackle, Greenwood. Mark Barnes really played both, but what do you consider Mark? I guess a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Demario Jeffrey, a member of the secondary, safety, good player. Julian Walker. Now, Julian, they moved here.
Yeah, see, and now the whole transfer thing rears its ugly.
Brandon Shell, offensive lineman. I'm gonna go with Josh Belk. God,
I know. I was just looking at that name. I'm like, oh man, I don't even know if you can. I mean, I know he's highly rated as a recruit.
I hate what happened to him.
It just
a lot of good. I mean,
situation.
I'm gonna go with the secondary because there's a lot of guys too. I mean, Cam Smith. I mean, there's a lot of guys that weren't the top ranked players in the state, but ended up being outstanding.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go South Carolina as a DB state, and right behind it, I'm gonna go. They are. Is it wide receiver or is it defensive line?
Oh man, that's tough.
I know.
At it.
A lot of great wide receivers have come from here too, man.
Yeah, I think you have to go wide receiver because it like if you're just looking at it through the Gamecock lens here, something else might be. But when you look at players like homegrown here, I think you got to go wide receiver, even if they didn't, make the decision to come to South Carolina.
Fair enough.
Because there are plenty.
All right. Well, somebody who will disagree with you on that. He's our next guest.
Yes.
Because he is a defensive tackle from Summerville, South Carolina.
Which is in South Carolina.
I don't think Preston will like us taking the wide receivers over him, but I digress.
Well, what are you going to do?
Yeah. What are you going to do? West Law Firm represents the state of South Carolina as well as anybody out there. West Law Firm SC.com. We're talking about homegrown. That's what they are. Homegrown, blue collar, representing blue collar. If you or somebody you know has gotten into a little bit of trouble or a lot of trouble, unfortunately, you want honesty and you want somebody who's on your team. Like you want to have a team. These people are on your team. Head to westlawfirmsc.com. Multiple locations in South Carolina. A couple of quick programming notes. It is head coach interview week here. Tomorrow, Ashley Chastain will join us on the program. And on Thursday, head baseball coach Paul Maneri will also be here. On Friday, I'm going to take a little bit of a different route with softball. We will have a dual interview with Ari Rohde and Lexi Winters, both on the softball team. And they will be here together on Friday morning. So excited to get them on and to increase coverage of a top 10, top 15 softball program this year. We will be live at Beckham Field next Thursday for opening day of the 2026 season, year 2 under Ashley Chastain Woodard. So we're excited about that as well. So a couple of programming notes to put into your phone. Make sure you don't miss all of that. Don't miss Preston Thorne either. He's can't miss, and he's up next here on the morning show.
Jeffrey's got space and a touchdown.
Can you believe it? Touchdown! He caught it on traffic. Scores! Touchdown, South Carolina!
If your golf game needs a little help, McKellar Enterprises is one click away. Meredith Taylor, a former Gamecock golfer, fields clients from all across the country. Golfers of every level are enrolling in her well-rounded golf camps. They're improving their game through virtual and on-course lessons. And now, many are a part of the membership program that gives you multiple monthly coaching options to get better. Are you improving for fun? Don't want to hold the group back any longer? Visit McKellarEnterprises.org today and go Gamecocks.
Test ride at Electric Bikes of Charleston today. Road trip ready. Ride comfortably. Forget road fatigue. The Velotric Fold 1 Plus features our exclusive Comfort Max frame design for an effortless, upright riding posture and a low step through. With an adjustable seat and stem, you'll be feeling great and ready for the next campsite adventure. Your back will thank you. Visit Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com.
New year, better floors. Now is the time. Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution. Beautiful like new floors in just one day. No dust, affordable, and 5 stars. Give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365. Or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
This is Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Part of the Chiefs Sports Network.
Someday, lady, you'll accompany me where the rivers meet the sounding sea. Feel it in my soul, it's meant to be. Oh, someday, lady, you'll accompany me. Someday, lady, you'll accompany me. You will accompany me.
All right. Hour one. Presented by Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. The best outdoor furniture you can find. This is the best guest we can find. Preston Thorne, former defensive tackle at the University of South Carolina and host of the early game on 107.5. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
What's up, brother? How you doing this morning?
Man, I'm good. I got a question for you.
I'm good. Let's go.
As a former top prospect in this state, how would you identify the traditional football talent in South Carolina? Like, what position group is this state known for?
Ooh, this is a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Man, you know, when I was coming through, we had a lot of defensive tackles come through. You know, we had, even though people don't like to speak his name, Albert Haynesworth.
Yep. See,
there was a lot of dudes. There was a lot of D tackles. Obviously, Langston. There was some dudes that went on to play in the NFL that were very good. Then you think about the defensive backs. Just when I was playing at South Carolina, we had all of those dudes: Cole Simpson, Jonathan Joseph, Sheldon Brown, Andre Goodman, on and on and on. The list kind of keeps growing. I would say, if I had to say, I would say maybe defensive backs. If I had to put it cleanly, I'd say defensive backs. Wide receivers are good too, though. What about Smitty? What about Alshon? What about all these dudes?
I know.
Brian Scott, Jamel Kelly. These dudes were awesome.
Yeah, dude, you're in the exact lane I was just in. I did literally the same thing you did. Top of mind was DB and defensive tackle, but then you remind yourself that South Carolina has produced a boatload of wide receivers. Just at the University of South Carolina alone, not even talking about Clemson and South Carolina State's had great players there. Coastal's had, I mean, like, all right, let's agree on DB. Let's stay there for now. Because I think when you look at the amount of success that, okay, well, if you take it, see, this is too hard. I mean, we need all day to prep for this. If you think about the success that in-state guys have had in the NFL after college, I think it's DB at the end of the day, but wide receiver is pretty darn close, right?
Wide receiver is really close. I was thinking of a guy that unfortunately got out of state with Tim Jennings from OW. He went on, he went to Georgia and went and played well. I mean, if you go back a little bit further, Chris Hope, like there was some Derrick Ross.
Ross.
I mean, I'm convincing myself more that it's DBs. I think.
Okay, what is the weakest group that the state has produced?
Okay, I'm trying to go through the list.
It ebbs and flows with certain positions. Ricardo Hurley was probably the most talented linebacker I ever saw come from this state. And I know he got hurt and some things happened at South Carolina. Obviously, you know Ricardo pretty well. Hope he's doing well, by the way. I haven't heard his name in a long time. But there doesn't seem to be historically a bunch of linebackers.
Yeah, that's a solid one. I think, even if I'm just really familiar with the time when I was coming through, Lance Lowry, that he went on to play in the NFL, but he wasn't storied coming out of high school. He was obviously very good two-sport guy, playing baseball also, so he was that. Rod Wilson played a very long, successful NFL career, but he was a quarterback coming out of high school. He kind of got transferred over and then kind of bounced around before his athleticism, before the people in the NFL finally figured out, like, oh, this guy can play. So maybe linebackers.
What about quarterback?
I don't know about quarterback because, and this is what I think about when I was coaching. I coached against Mason Rudolph, Justin Worley back to back. You know what I'm saying?
Good players.
My guy that was down at Stratford during that same time period.
Oh shoot.
He went to Georgia. I can't remember his name. He was good. There was a guy that I coached against who he ultimately goes in the DB category, but when I coached against him, Stephon was playing quarterback. So that's tough. Savell could, obviously Savell can do anything on the field. Maybe linebacker, quarterback. I'm thinking of there was some good old linemen, obviously.
A name. You're gonna love this. You're gonna be very proud of me. You're gonna be very proud of me. I got your back. Here. Had this young man not gotten injured, I think the ceiling was extremely high for Bennett Swigert.
Oh yeah,
Bennett was unbelievable.
Yeah, that's one of my best friends on earth, and he's doing extremely well. He's the head coach at Westside. He was OC at South Carolina State. But every time I talk to him, I'm like, man, I almost look at him like, if you could have just stayed, and he, obviously wasn't in any of his control, but Bennett was the guy. And if you talk to a lot of guys that were playing around that time, he had it.
Yep.
Whatever that is, he had it, and he was on his way. But I mean, he's not the only one. Injuries unfortunately get to a lot of people, but that is a good one for sure.
Well, I mean, the same thing. I mean, it was the same group. The same thing happened to Flint, and I mean, I love Michael. He's my best friend. He's my brother, but had he not broken both of his collarbones, he was a QB prospect. I mean, North Carolina, wanted him. South Carolina wanted him. Of course, he had to end up walking on.
I know, you know how I know he was a QB prospect? Because I used to tease Bennett. I used to be like, man, that Wando boy is better than you, man.
Yep.
That Wando boy is going. He got more. Look how many touchdowns he threw for this week or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So we used to, and you know, back in those days when Wando seemed so far away, you know, like, man, that kid from Wando is gonna be better than you.
I know.
So yeah, that's unfortunately part of the deal. But yeah, I would say quarterback and linebackers maybe.
Probably, because I don't know. I mean, there is a, and I hope that this comes true. There's a very realistic shot, and of course, you and I are just sitting here rattling off names of guys who put on garnet and black. But I mean, there's a very real chance that the best QB when it's all said and done that ever comes from this state is on the roster right now, Lenore Sellers, and we'll obviously see what happens.
Absolutely, I think that's absolutely very true. And again, there is, as much as we talk about how much things are transactional and guys are here to there, there is a sense of pride being like, oh, that guy is from here playing for us.
Yep.
It still means something to me, at least.
Yeah. Jacob Park, by the way, is a kid from Stratford.
Jacob Park, yes. I could not remember his name. So yeah, I was coaching against some of those dudes, and those dudes could sling it all around.
Yeah, it just hit me. Yeah, I don't know. It's fun to think about, because I think about, and we'll move on, but when I think about California, I think about quarterbacks. You know, I think about Georgia. I think about running backs a lot at Georgia. Probably some of that has to do with the fact that the University of Georgia spits out a running back every year, but a lot of those guys are actually from the state of Georgia too.
Right.
Florida, I think South Florida. So I think like wide receivers, a lot of great wide receivers have come from South Florida over the years.
Yeah, I hear you, but you know what? Even as you're just talking, because like I said, as you're talking, I'm thinking Jimmy Legree, Vic Hampton,
DB,
Devontae Holloman. You know, like, it's tough. It's tough to get up on that DB board.
Man, it is. You're right, and all of them, you know, did something in the league at least. Now, again, we don't know, but when it's all said and done, Preston, the guy who's going to be playing in the Super Bowl in a couple of Sundays, Nick Emanwari, of course, alongside Ernest Jones, who played at South Carolina. Here's another one for you in the secondary. He's not playing because he's hurt. He tore his ACL, but Marcellus Dial from the upstate is on the roster with New England, a 6th-round draft pick in 2024 by the Patriots. But Nick Emanwari could end up winning the Defensive Rookie of the Year award from right here in the Gamecocks' backyard of Irmo. He could end up in 10, 15 years being at the very top of this list. It's pretty neat to listen to his name get called seemingly every second or third play when the chips are all on the line like they have been the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, you know, and I made a controversial statement maybe 2 years ago, similar to you, and I was saying, I know I played with Co. I know these guys were awesome, but Nick Emanwari has a chance to be one of the greatest Gamecock safeties of all time, and that's a steep position group, and I still believe it. I mean, what he did here during his time here was incredible, and like you said, it's really cool to see the nation start to catch on to something that we've known about for a while.
Did it? Did you see him get in the face of what's the kid's name that got the unsportsmanlike conduct penalty?
Yeah, I forget his name. I know. Yeah, I did see that.
That summarized Nick Emanwari in about a 3-4 second clip on TV. If you've never watched the kid play and you saw him on the sidelines get into that dude's grill, that's Nick Emanwari. I don't know what he said to him, but you and I got a chance, and everybody else around here got a chance to watch him play here in Columbia for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
He earns the right to be able to talk to guys the way that he wants to talk to them to get their head back in the ball game. Whatever he said the other day, I'm sure he didn't like it in the moment, but it was accepted.
You know, to bring this whole sort of conversation, you know, we talked about maybe this past year that there was maybe a leadership void on this team. And there goes Nick, a rookie, talking to a vet rightfully so, and saying, hey, man, we need to get this, and this right. And nobody can say anything because guess what? That rookie is playing his tail off and he's doing everything that needs to be done. So he's not scared to have those conversations. You know, it's sports. Those are the type of things that happen on the sideline. But it was just interesting how we talked about there being a little bit of a leadership void on this past year's team. And maybe we could see it, maybe why, because guys like that weren't there.
To flow that into something, and look, man, I don't get I mean, they're fun to watch. I don't immerse myself very much in some of these videos that come from Justin King's step. Justin, I don't mean that disrespectfully, just so you know. They're amazing. Y'all do an amazing job. I have to create a lot of the same stuff, not near the level of production that they have, but on our end. You want to get people excited about your product and your program. So I understand that. But the video, did you see the video they put out last night?
I did. I saw it this morning.
What caught your attention about that video? There was a line in there that caught mine.
Okay. Well, the first thing was that not everybody's having those conversations with their players. I think it was really interesting that, you know, they asked the players, what do you think went wrong?
Yep.
And to get from their perspective, because a lot of times, you know, players might be like, I don't know. Hell, we didn't score enough points. I don't know. But for them to be able to say, like, this was the issue, this was the issue, I thought that was very, very telling how you can get it corrected moving forward.
I did too. And it caught my attention when Shane said, yeah, we went out and recruited older guys who know how to lead.
Yeah.
It's just what you talked about just a minute ago. I mean, Preston, from the opening week of the season, if you were paying close attention, how many of these conversations did you and I have about it going, I don't know if the leadership's there. It just never looked right from day one, but it seems like that was a priority from day one when it came to recruiting.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously everybody points to, you know, like something like that happening on the sideline with Nick. That's a form of leadership, but you and everybody else understands that you don't wait till Saturday to have those conversations. Those conversations are more than likely happening on Mondays and Tuesdays when dudes are not finishing a drill or missing an assignment or whatever the case is. Those are when the conversations are had. And so maybe it doesn't happen on Saturday, but what's happening throughout the week. And when you see guys, you know that with that group that they had, whether it was Nick, whether it was Dabo, TJ, Tonka, Alex, a lot of those guys, first off, there was a standard. There was no room for those things to happen because they all probably saw things alike. And if something did happen, one of them would address it. And so that is something that they have to build into the year moving forward.
Yeah, just knowing that somebody's in charge. It's just the feeling to me. I don't even know that, like you just said a minute ago, I agree. It doesn't have to be a shouting match on the sideline. I mean, sometimes
but it doesn't have to be.
That's right. Sometimes that's not a good thing.
Right.
Sometimes it is a good thing. It might not look like a good thing, but it is. We don't know unless we're a part of that group as to how that's being accepted by whomever is getting shouted at or shouted with, I guess. Right. But, you know, I think about all the locker rooms I was ever in, and it just the general feeling of knowing who is in charge.
Yep.
As long as somebody knows that there is somebody in that room that has the best interest of that group, generally it's much better than it probably would be without them, regardless of the leadership style. So it looks like, you know, when I saw that last night, I was thinking to myself, you know, these things, most of the time they're hype videos or to get you excited. It seemed to me, again, without making this some sort of a fluff piece here on our program, that the point of that was we're going to let the general public know we might not be successful next year. Who knows what happens, but we do understand what the problem was, and we're going to hit those points in 90 seconds before we put this thing out to God knows how many thousands of people are going to end up watching it. We'll see what the next
I thought it was cool. I thought it was something that you probably won't see a lot where they actually, again, acknowledge that, yes, we know things were not the way we wanted them to be, and this is what we think are the problems, and this is how we're going to attempt to solve it. And as I said on my show, if you're out there and you're like, yeah, whatever, I'll wait and see. I get it. I understand that. You're not wrong. But I do think it is probably a step in the right direction to acknowledge that things weren't right and they're trying to fix them.
All right. Let's move to the upstate. We've had a few days to digest Coach Swinney's press conference on Friday. So what did you make of his comments and his approach to this, publicizing the whole thing?
Uh-huh.
What do you think happens next?
Ooh, okay. I think Dabo is one of the few that is has the seniority, the position to be able to do this, the status in the coaching game to be able to call it out. So I applaud him for using his platform that maybe some coaches do not have just because of the way the industry is set up. So I do think that was really, really admirable of him to do that, because few people can actually do that with the security that he has to do that. I've said it all along, Jamie. I kind of got tired of coaches saying those types of things like, this is happening. Then you ask them who, they say, well, I'm not going to get into that. Well, if you have a problem and if it's that egregious for you to say something, then be very specific about it. I did never appreciate coaches saying, these things are happening, things are going on, but I didn't like that. Either you address it fully or don't address it at all. So I do appreciate that. As far as what's going to happen in the future, I guess it kind of goes back to my first point. I don't know what's going to really happen, because most coaches, to be frank, don't have the position or the stones to do that. So I don't know if anything happens in the future.
Why do you think most coaches don't? But do you think because their backyard isn't clean enough to be able to speak? I mean, it's the whole glass house, throwing stones at glass houses thing, right?
I think it is that situation where it's like, like if I'm doing something illegal over here and you're doing something illegal over here, neither one of us can call the police if we have an issue, because we're both none of us are necessary. I mean, nobody's hands are clean. I think that's sort of it. And then obviously people will say, well, Dabo was doing such and such back then. And listen, man, whatever. It's an industry where things have to be made to happen, and we all understand that. But I think in this situation, many people are probably got their hands in the same cookie jar that they might be calling out.
So do you think that Coach Swinney, in doing what he did on Friday, do you think the purpose was to put the NCAA on the seat, or do you think it was something else?
Well, that's a great question. I think. I
mean, he was so detailed. I mean, the line that caught my attention, Preston, was this shouldn't take 3 months or 3 years. This should take 3 days. We've given him the information. The question is, what's the penalty? Does anybody know?
Right. We don't know. We don't know what the penalty is. I mean, we can create something, but nobody knows. And I think that's sort of the ethos that everybody's been operating on. Okay, if I get caught doing what? And until there's a clear line in place, I don't know it's always operating underneath everything else. Even though we know the history of college athletics, there's always been gray areas, and rest in peace to the law dog. He always said, tell me the rules so I can bend the hell out of them. There's always been that aspect of college athletics, but it's also been sort of a gentleman's agreement on certain principles. And I think Dabo might be saying like, hey man, you absolutely violated one of these unspoken type of rules. And now that you violated that, now we have to take it to somebody else, because you can't conduct yourself under the rules, the unspoken rules that we already had in place.
I almost wonder if Coach Swinney would have been as forthcoming as he was if Pete Golding didn't directly send a text message to this kid while he was sitting in class. Like if it was a GM or a what, I don't even know what you call handler, or, somebody associated with the school where Golding could say, well, I didn't even know that was going on. Even if he did, you could plead the fifth and like, I know that that I'm full of it, but you can't prove that I didn't know. I almost feel like, I'm not saying that Coach Swinney would have handled it differently, but there's maybe a chance that he would have. But
I think that's a great point.
You know what I mean? Like
because the unspoken agreement is like, hey man, you got people working for you. I might have people working for me, but we're not going to get directly involved in this. And Pete coming from maybe not being part of the club, or maybe feeling as if he has a job to do, or maybe pressurized position, or just being a renegade. Obviously, working for Lane Kiffin, maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to abide by those sort of codes that are there. So maybe Dabo called him out because, like, hey man, you're supposed to be acting like the head dude in charge, and you're not. Yeah.
Or Pete Golding's like, what are they going to do to me? I mean, they're going to suspend me? Are they going to suspend the kid? They're going to take away a couple of wins? They're going to fine us? What are they going to do? I think if there was a clear cut, if you get caught tampering, you are suspended for X number of games next year. The head coach is going to miss a quarter of the season or whatever the case is. I don't know if he would have crossed that line. I'm not sure or if he would have, or if anybody else would have. I don't know. Maybe they would have, Preston. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, and Jamie, as you're saying it, I'm thinking like, listen, man, every industry has back doors, back channeling and conversations that are happening and this and that. And that's fine. I think that's generally accepted. But when you're that blatant, that means you have no regard for anything that's going on here.
It's no different from if you go 100 miles an hour down I-26 and the speed limit reads 70 or 60 now in certain areas or less. But you're going 100 miles an hour and the cop pulls you over and says, hey, I just want to let you know the speed limit's 70, but you have a nice day. Who's that going to stop from going 100 miles an hour? Probably not many people if that's how fast they want to travel. But if you go 100 miles an hour and they say you're going to jail, you're not going to go 100. You might go 80. You might go 85. And you might take a couple of points and a nice fine. But you probably won't go 100, will you? So I don't know how that's different here.
To stick to that analogy, everybody understands that, I could do 80. You know what I'm saying? Like 70 is the limit. 80, okay. Now when you start doing 100, you're entering a different you're entering disregard for this whole system that we have set up here. Mm-hmm. And that's when there's an issue.
All right, speaking of issues, we're running the full gamut with you here.
I like it.
Deion Sanders said, don't walk into this building and wear the T-shirt of a program that you used to play for. That's just disrespectful, man. Oh, while we're at it, if you're late to practice, you owe us $500. If you don't show up to practice, you owe us $2,500. If you're late to a film session or a team meeting, you owe us $400. If you don't show up to either one of those, that's $2,000, pal. Oh, you're late to a workout? That's $1,000. If you don't show up to a workout, that's $1,500. You've got treatment and you're late, that's $1,000. You don't show up, that's another $1,500. Violation of team rules, depending on the severity of it, Preston, $1,000 to $2,500. And public or social media misconduct, God knows what that means, $2,500 to $5,000 fines. These are for the players in the Colorado football program. Is that where we are today? Is this good? Is this a good thing?
It would be, and I think the word that everybody has to get familiar with, it would be fine if we had this collectively bargained where we had a group representing the players that could come to this agreement. And that's if we want to move towards the NFL model, which I'm fine with. The fine model that they have in the NFL is agreed with by the union. And so you can't just have it arbitrarily placed in, a random amount of numbers. So this whole conversation is so strange to me because, one, the concept of showing up into your team with another team's gear, that is
what?
Like, what? That's not even something, like, that's just something I wouldn't even do today. Like, much respect to anybody else, but I'm not wearing a Wando sweatshirt. What are you talking about? I can't do that. Can't do it. Unless Bennett Swagger's the head coach at Wando, or I still might have some issues. I still have that. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do that, man. It's just for instance, Coach Steve LaPrade, one of my mentors, my JV coach when he was at Fort Dorchester. I could go to a game. I could wear a neutral shirt. I can't wear a Fort Dorchester shirt, man. I can't do it. But anyway, that's a different era.
Agreed.
So that's so weird to me. But I have no problem with the fine system as long as we collectively bargain, or even if we're not going to go that far, do we have a group that is representing the other side? And here's the other thing, Jamie. Like, yes, some players are getting paid a lot of money, but everybody's not. It's so like, what if I'm a guy who I'm on the team and I'm not getting this amount of money? $5,000 might be my NIL. That might be it.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand the motivation for it, and I'd be all for it if we could collectively bargain it.
I just, is this in addition to some other penalty? I mean, back in the day, you miss practice, you're running stadiums until your eyes fall out of your head. So are we still doing that, or are we just fining them? I don't know. And
then that's another point too, Jamie. What if I am one of these dudes who got $1 million? $5,000 for a missed practice? I might pay that. If I had a late Thursday night at 5 points and we got a Friday lift, and all I got to do is pay $2,000, I would have paid that. That would have been a lot. That would have been a lot better than the punishment of the stadium or whatever the case was. $2,000 missed weightlifting session, easy money. Especially if I was $1 million dude. Yeah, take it out now. I won't be there on Friday. Matter of fact, take next Friday out too. I won't be there either.
That's a good point. You know what? Let me just pay up for I'm gonna give you about $20,000, and you let me know when we're nearing the cap, and I'll start dialing it back.
Yeah, you might hear about some lifting sessions. You be like, man, coach is on one today. I'm like, you know what? Knock me on that. I won't be here today.
That's a good point. Oh man. All right, brother. We'll let you run on that note. It's always good to see you. We kind of ran the college football circuit today, if you will. Kind of. The offseason's off to a hot start. We got Ole Miss controversy. We got fines. We got this Darian Mensah thing. He's settling with his school to go beat him next year at Miami, probably.
We'll talk about that next week.
Let me just fast forward to late August. How about that? Have a great week, my friend. Thank you.
All right, man. Appreciate you as always.
Always. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, we'll step aside. Matt Smith, Hale McGranahan up next.
For over 80 years, the West Law Firm has delivered hard work, honest advice, and real results, and is a law firm built on family that delivers for families in South Carolina. They represent clients through personal injury, criminal defense, car, DUI, and boating accidents, and more. Built on blue collar, representing blue collar, the West Law Firm understands the importance of dedication and experience needed for representation, but with a foxhole mentality. Visit westlawfirmsc.com. westlawfirmsc.com. Get comfortable with our team and learn why we should be a part of yours when you need us. Go Gamecocks!
I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Looking for a new car? You need to think about a Kia. If you're in the market for an SUV, consider the new Kia Telluride or the new Kia Sorento. They're big, they're strong, and loaded with tech for thousands less than Honda or Toyota. You'll see the difference right away, and you get double the warranty. Plus, you get the JT's Advantage million-mile warranty and about 1,000 other things you have to see to believe.
If you want the biggest bang for your buck, it's time to think about a new JT's Kia.
We're serious about saving you money.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience and service, second to none. Residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, part of the Chief Sports Network, proudly presented by the West Law Firm, and brought to you in partnership with Game Day Nuts, boiled peanuts, no shells.
All right, hour two. Powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston, electricbikescharleston.com. At some point in time, the weather will warm up enough to be able to enjoy the outdoors once again. Joined by Matt Smith, or Smitty, as you all know him by, to co-host this program in the final hour. Hale McGranahan will be up here in about 25 minutes or so. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Oh, good morning, JB. I'm going to come in firing.
Okay.
Am I loud?
Nope, you're good.
I'm good.
On my end, you are.
I'm going to come in firing, JB.
Mm-hmm. Let's do it.
Because I was listening to the first hour.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And I even texted you. You probably haven't been able to check it yet. But when you said you opened this conversation with the Mad Dog this morning, right away I said DBs. This is a DB state.
Yes.
And I think and you and Preston got to that. We laid that to bed. So I have nothing to offer there. I think it's a weak offensive line state overall when you take a step back, which is why I also think that has affected South Carolina Gamecock football, because you have to go outside your borders to recruit that position oftentimes.
Good point.
I really believe that. And I'm going to come in firing.
Okay.
I was doing this by memory, and then I went to Google quickly just before we came on, just while we were running the scroll there. I'm going to give you the second best position group for this state.
Okay.
I think I can make the case it is far and away the wide receiver position.
Okay.
The list is, because you were saying, when you go back in memory, oftentimes you're thinking of Gamecock guys, and you have to remember where they played high school, where they were born and everything. So I'll bring in some of the other guys as well. DeAndre Hopkins, Hunter Renfrow. We all remember Dabo Samuel. Xavier Legette's tearing it up in the league. That's a Burns guy.
Yep.
Here's one that we might forget sometimes because he played college football outside the state. Cordarrelle Patterson. Guy was a super stud, an absolute monster. Mike Williams was a stud from Clemson. Shi Smith was a great collegiate player, played in the NFL. Brian Edwards, better in the NFL probably even than he was collegiately in terms of the respect that he gets on the same team, because he was playing with Debo Samuel. Adam Humphries went to the league. That's a kid out of Dorman High School. Alshon Jeffrey, that's a Pro Bowler. Brian Quick, I don't know if you remember that name, but it played in the state at I can't remember where he played high school. And then he went to App State, I think, and then landed in the NFL for multiple years. Sharon Peak, Roddy White we forget about because he played.
Roddy. Yeah.
Roddy White was from James Island, and then he goes to UAB. They missed him, absolutely missed him at Clemson and South Carolina. He goes to the NFL. He's a star. That's a Pro Bowler. Sidney Rice, Brett Favre has said over, and again, he's one of the best players that he ever played with. And from way back, Bobby Ingram, who left the state as well to go play in the Big Ten. I think the wide receiver position, I think we send them out to college and the NFL in waves. And I think the comparison, you brought it up a couple of times, I think the comparison comparatively to how good we are in this state at the defensive backfield and the secondary, the wide receiver position, compared to what we're able to churn out at the linebacker spot and offensive line, I think there's a tremendous gap. And I can't figure it necessarily, because if you can churn out defensive linemen like Melvin Ingram, why can't you, if Jadeveon Clowney's growing up there in Rock Hill, why can't you have linebackers like that? Part of it's luck. You mentioned Ricardo Hurley. Some of it, I think, is that we've had a lot of running backs and linebackers who didn't pan out due to either injury or personal problems.
You've opened up a whole new can here. You mentioned Nuke Hopkins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to go back even further in the text. So Robert Brooks from South Carolina.
Are you kidding?
Troy Brown.
Troy Brown is an NFL guy. David Patton's an NFL guy from our state.
Yep. Who am I missing here? There's others that I'm cheating a little bit now.
Right. If you go if you start going way back.
You start going back. I think we're in a good spot there in the secondary and then at wide receiver.
And you and Preston already hit the names. The amount of players that come out of our state, look, just the Rock Hill area, from Devontae Hallman to Stephon Gilmore. Stephon Gilmore was completely agreed upon by everybody, every scout, every coach. A few years ago, he was the best defensive player in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. By the way, that could be Nick Emmanwori in a couple of years.
It could be Nick Emmanwori and soon enough. Sheldon Brown was a lockdown guy. Andre Goodman was the second best cornerback on his collegiate team, goes to the NFL, and he's the top cornerback on his NFL club.
Right. Jonathan Joseph played for what felt like a half a century in the NFL. Yep. I mean, the kid was in the league forever. Great guy, by the way. I mean, it's and what's interesting, and we got Hale coming up in a little bit, is it does feel like the state in the forthcoming class, to me, and maybe he'll prove me wrong. Hale, covers all these guys on a day-to-day basis, but it feels like in the forthcoming class or classes, a lot of the talent is at the skill positions in an abundance. I don't know that there's been an abundance of skill position talent in recent years from South Carolina. There's been, you've covered it with Sports Talk. I mean, there's been a ton of guys up front on the defensive line. There's been a nice run of offensive linemen. I mean, obviously, if you're just talking about South Carolina, they have had some issues there. But, I mean, Monroe Freeling just started over at Georgia, and he moved into this state, but he did play his prep ball at Oceanside Collegiate. So we do have to give him credit there because he is from South Carolina. I think that the offensive line over the years, you might be onto something there about maybe that's a I don't know what the percentage would be, but there could be a percentage there as to why the Gamecocks have not been able to consistently have an offensive line that is, serviceable, if you will. I mean, they have pieced together guys over the years. I think back, guys like Zach Bailey and guys like that who have had really good careers in South Carolina, but you're not always getting two or three of those guys at a time. You're getting one, and then a couple years later, you're getting one. You might sign two or three out of your state, but only one ends up panning out, and you have to go out and find another guy from somewhere else and another guy, and then you get – I don't know. That's an interesting way to look at it, though. So what are we saying for the weakest position group from this state? Are we saying linebacker or quarterback?
I think O-line is weak, but quarterback is fascinating as well. You just mentioned Oceanside Collegiate, Riley Leonard. was at Oceanside Collegiate, but I didn't even know that until he left. So, some of the guys, it's hard to count. And some of the best quarterback play that the guys that have come out of the state of South Carolina left the state in order to do that.
Yep. Well, Mason Rudolph is the name that always gets me.
Oh,
yeah. How many yards did he throw for at Oklahoma State?
10,000. And did he not coming out of the womb, he looks like a Spurrier quarterback.
I know.
He looks like he was built to play under Steve Spurrier. So I can't quite figure. Now, Dylan Thompson he played at Boiling Springs High School. Phil Petty played at Boiling Springs High School. Now his name escapes me. Who was the player out of Myrtle Beach that went to Notre Dame? Of course, Tony Rice went. Yeah, Everett Golson. Tony Rice went to Notre Dame and won a national championship there out of Woodruff High School. Not a lot of NFL success, right?
No.
Out of guys from the state of South Carolina. But, when you look at our population, you wonder if that's something that could be a bit misleading. You only have 3 quarterbacks on every roster. Of course, you mentioned California and quarterback play. Of course, California and Texas and Pennsylvania are going to have quarterbacks because they just have such large populations. So I don't know if it's outsized by the amount of players that are actually playing high school football. But Phil said it in terms of the pride that you should carry with you is, every Gamecock fan ought to carry a list. Going back to one of my friends, Rick Sanford, who played defensive back at Northwestern High School and then for the Gamecocks, and then was a first-round pick in the NFL, played for 9 years, played for 9 seasons there. Keep a list of guys that played defensive backfield from our state or at your favorite college if you're a Gamecock fan. And that's an impressive list. But I don't think it's matched at all by the output in terms of linebacker, offensive line, or quarterback. I can't decide which is the weakest of those. I think quarterback can be misleading. But to me, I guess I'm disappointed because even when I hear about a highly recruited player from South Carolina in the state that plays, right guard, I don't know. They never seem to be as good as the guy that goes and plays for Wisconsin. I can't figure it.
I agree. I would say that that's probably been the most disappointing group when you think about it there have been guys in this state who have been highly touted. I don't want to say highly ranked because we got to go back further than that. So highly touted on the offensive line, but really at the end of the day, only a handful of them either do you say lived up to expectation? Because who cares about somebody else's expectations, but maybe lived up to their own expectation or ended up being what they were capable of being and then went on to the NFL and did even more. There are very few offensive linemen from this state who actually went on to the NFL and had decent careers. It's just not many. There's been a lot of guys who have had a cup of tea or they've kind of hung around, but nowhere near the success of the DBs, the wide receivers. Running back is a different conversation when you're talking specifically about the University of South Carolina. I can make a case that maybe the highest ceiling ever was from South Carolina at that position, but most of them didn't actually pan out in the league. It's the ones that you didn't expect that actually went up there. Like, look at Rico Dowdle.
Yeah.
But if you would have told me in 1999, Matt, that Demetrius Summers and Derek Watson and Marcus Lattimore were all going to be the type of players they were in high school, they were all going to choose the University of South Carolina, I would have predicted at least one of those guys would have gone on to the NFL and played for an extended period of time. And for multiple reasons, none of them did.
No, if you look at the talent, the level of talent, obviously for different reasons, Marcus Lattimore, Derek Watson, Demetrius Summers didn't get lengthy NFL careers. I know Derek Watson and Marcus Lattimore both had a cup of coffee up there for different reasons. That's like 30,000 career rushing yards between those 3 guys that we didn't get to see.
Yeah.
That we just did not, that we were robbed of and they were robbed of. And that's just the truth. And that is the ugliness of football, because it probably changes the narrative. If just, for instance, Marcus Lattimore, who, is beloved, if without any knee injuries and he gets to play in the league, people, just as you were saying that people think about Californian quarterbacks, people say, doesn't South Carolina have good running backs? That's what they would say, because they would say, oh, yeah, they had George Rogers, who, was rookie of the year. And I think he had like 9,000 or close to 10,000 rushing yards and won a Super Bowl with Washington. Oh, he was great. Yes, that's a Pro Bowl guy. And Marcus Lattimore, Pro Bowl guy. Rico Dowdle's underrated. Like, you start to change the narrative just with one guy that pops in the league. I think Sidney Rice helped South Carolina do that. Like, we all knew what South Carolina turned out, because you mentioned Robert Brooks. Anybody that was paying attention to the Packers when Brooks was there knows, oh, this guy's a baller. But if you don't trace it back and you didn't see his whole career in the thread through South Carolina, you may not think of him as a Gamecock, or it's not what pops into your mind, or that he was from the Palmetto State. But that's how, but then all of a sudden, Sidney Rice is a star, and you start to think about other guys. Oh, Alshon Jeffrey's a star. And you start thinking about all the different guys in the defensive backfield. I mean, I think forget it. I think I may carry that list around, because I will forget some of those guys. I was just running over it. And I mean, it is an embarrassment of riches. There's other guys that weren't Gamecocks, like Josh Norman, played at Coastal Carolina, played high school in this state, that go on and play. Kobe Durant, who we talked about last week on Four Quarter Friday, ends up at South Carolina State. They can't get him off the field in Los Angeles, a team, that won 12 regular season games.
Yep, that's a great point. And now you get the Super Bowl coming up next Sunday. And I know Ernest Jones isn't from the state of South Carolina. He did play for the Gamecocks, but Nick Emanwari is. He is from Irmo.
The heart of it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is. There's going to be a big spotlight on him when they play that game next week. It's coming, because he's a rookie, but he's not playing like a rookie, and he might very well end up winning the Defensive Rookie of the Year award, which the finalists have been announced by the NFL. There's 5 finalists. There's one that's not in there who probably should be in that list. That's Demetrius Knight. Or would he be considered a rookie this year? Yeah, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how he had 106 tackles as a rookie, which is crazy. But Nick Emanwari might win the thing, and he is playing in the Super Bowl. So his name's going to be plastered up there.
He's an impact player on a team that's favored to win the Super Bowl. They're 4.5-point favorites, and he's an impact player. When they're talking on Sunday morning, he's one of the names that will come up from the analysts.
100%.
That's how big an impact he's having on the league right now.
Yeah, he is having an incredible run, which is fantastic for Torian Gray in South Carolina. Torian Gray, who was just promoted to associate defensive coordinator, co-defensive coordinator, however you word that. I am still battling a sinus infection, so my brain has been a little foggy for the last 72 hours, Matt, in case anybody hadn't noticed. Gamecock Traditions, by the way, will get you dressed up and ready to go. Carolina baseball and softball is right around the corner. 50% off of Under Armour short sleeve T-shirts. At some point in time, it will get warmer in this state, in case anybody was wondering. That's going to happen. But maybe not in the next few days, but at some point in time, you'll be able to wear those things outside and be comfortable again. That's not the only thing, though, that they've got going for them over at Gamecock Traditions. Pretty much anything and everything with a Carolina logo, GamecockTraditions.com. So I haven't had a chance to talk to you since Coach Swinney, who you have been in a lot of his press conferences over the years. So I've been looking forward to your perspective here. When you saw him come out of the gates the other day, it was almost like, okay, here's the plan. We're going to act like we're going to have something to talk about for this first 7 minutes. Let's introduce a few players, give a couple of nuggets on the program. But I'm here for one reason and one reason only today. That's right. I forgot. We're going to introduce Chad Morris. Okay, we'll mix him in there a little bit. But we're here for one reason and one reason only. And you've been into a lot of Coach Swinney press conferences where he's had something to say. He went there to say it, and he did. And it might have taken 90 minutes or God knows how long. So he spent about a half hour on this deal the other day between Clemson and Ole Miss. I guess when you add it all up, it was 25 minutes or something like that. What was your grand takeaway from all your years of experience covering Dabo Swinney in the Upstate in person? What was your grand takeaway from that presentation of what happened between the Rebels, Luke Fraley, and Clemson?
Yeah, and you just prefaced it a little bit because about once a year, Coach Swinney makes national headlines.
Mm-hmm.
So my jaw didn't drop in the least. And this is something that I believed would be coming, is that he was going to speak out again. But I didn't know that he was. I thought it was pretty good note taking from Coach Swinney, the way that he went by minute almost the saga, almost as if he was testifying in court, which I guess in a way he was. He is obviously hopeful that the NCAA will take this and run with it and run with that particular evidence. I think that Preston Thorne hit it on the head in your last segment. So if anybody missed that appearance from Preston Thorne, you can go back and watch that, because I really think he encapsulated what I was going to say, which is Coach Swinney is in a unique position now that Saban has stepped away to put a name on this and put his name to it, because he doesn't like the way this is going anyway. He despises this era that we're entering. And there are other coaches that are embracing them, Pete Golding among them. And some of them are just part of the machine. They're getting chewed up by the machine. I mean, I didn't even think about, I guess in this scenario, I wasn't thinking about, oh, Pete Golding seems like a dirty guy. To me, what it seemed like was Pete Golding just got the biggest opportunity of his life. And he believes that people are tampering with his players. So he's not going to miss this chance. He would rather ask for forgiveness than permission. I'm not letting him off the hook, because I think we all have our own moral compass. And I think if what Coach Swinney laid out, which I believe it to be true, if what he laid out happened, yeah, it's wrong. You got to let it go when somebody enrolls at another school, all of that. But I think Pete Golding it's not like, this is not a situation, I think, where we had with the college basketball coaches a couple of years ago, where they're public enemy number one for the NCAA. I think Pete Golding's just getting chewed up in this machine. And after Coach Lane Kiffin left them holding the bag a little bit, and he gets the biggest opportunity of his life. But that's all collateral. That is collateral damage to what we're really talking about, which is the NCAA is an absentee landlord and has been. As soon as they lost their first court case, now I don't even know what year it was, when they lost the first court case, and the headlines began that this will no longer be an amateur pursuit. Whenever that headline hit, since then, the NCAA has said, from now on, you guys are going to get your wish. We'll do nothing. We'll do nothing. You can tell us what you want. You can come out. We will have no oversight at all. We are completely absentee now. You guys want anarchy? You have it. So instead of getting a well-crafted plan with guidelines that the NCAA could have issued at any point, it's a member organization. Ole Miss and Clemson are both members of the same organization. The NCAA could have come out with guidelines, could have come out with potential punishments, could have laid out and said, this is what's permissible, this is not what's permissible. If you see this, just call us and we'll take care of it. Instead, they've just wiped their hands and turned their back. And that is what has led to this Wild West atmosphere. So I as always, I lay the blame pretty much at the feet of the NCAA. But my reaction to it, what I take away from it is Dabo Swinney is one of just a handful of coaches, maybe less. I think you could count them on one hand, that has the gravitas to come out and say this, and people are going to buy it. Most of the coach, Lane Kiffin can't come out and say this. Lane Kiffin can't come out and complain about tampering, because the assumption is, well, you're probably tampering. We don't trust you. We don't believe anything that comes out of your mouth. But Dabo Swinney, love him or hate him, he has said from the beginning, I don't like this. You're going to drag me into this. I'm not going to be a fan of it. And if I see something, I'm going to say something. And he's living up to that word. To me, the bigger story is not that Dabo Swinney went out and said it and laid it out minute by minute. The bigger story is going to be what happens next.
I know.
What happens now? Because this is like pulling the curtain back on Oz. We all see it. We all see what's going on. We see it for what it is. I don't think anybody doubts that there's tampering going on across the country. Paul Maneri actually referenced it in baseball. He said, they're coming after my players that are not signed, guys that are just in my locker room, guys that are just in the clubhouse hanging out, walking around in their jock straps, drinking cellulose, talking to each other, and talking about the girl they're about to date, and all of a sudden coaches are calling. That has to be stopped, because I think even if you're in favor of players benefiting from name, image, and likeness, let's say you're in favor of that. Let's say you're in favor of player movement. Nobody's in favor of lawlessness. And that's what Dabo Swinney was putting a name on. And I think it was the right thing to do. And now I wonder, is the NCAA even going to take those calls? Even going to pay as much attention to it and spend as much time on it as you and I just did?
That's the big question, because that press conference the other day, you could insert any school into Ole Miss's chair, and it had nothing to do with who the perpetrator was. It had everything to do with, I am going to lay this out here publicly in a manner in which the NCAA at some point in time is either going to have to respond, and then we will be able to go through that response and judge that, or if they don't respond, then everybody will have their answer that it's a free-for-all, do whatever you want to do. There's nothing that's going to happen to you. There are no rules. There are no repercussions to whatever perceived rules are actually out there. It's almost like, you know, I guess they still do it, but on TV, the old school days, Matt, when you would get the thing across the top of your screen. This is a test. This is only a test in case of an emergency. I feel like that's kind of what Dabo was doing. You know what? If this kid didn't want to be here, I don't really care if he's here or not. But I'm going to test this system right now publicly in the court of public opinion at minimum. And let's see what happens. And now here we are, TBD. And Ole Miss hasn't even issued a statement on this. They got called to the carpet by a two-time national championship head coach. Got called to the text message from their head coach, who just took them to the semifinals of the college football playoffs, and the Rebels haven't said a word in the last 5 days since this happened, which is bonkers to me. Nothing.
And what can the NCAA do? This is also fascinating. You know, I made the point years ago. You're old enough maybe to remember this. They used to pull teams off TV. Well, you can't do that anymore because now your contract is, say, with the SEC, and it hurts everybody else. In other words, if Duke and North Carolina basketball gets pulled off television, well, what's the ACC contract worth now to ESPN? Nothing. So everybody is punished by that. What do you do? Because Ole Miss would say, go ahead, fine us. Fine us. What's the punishment? I think we all agree, okay, if this is real, there should be, and there ought to be ground rules laid down. But what I ask is, what do you actually do to Ole Miss in this environment?
Yeah, I don't know. Is the kid ineligible, or is the head coach suspended for X number of ball games? I don't know. I have no idea. But that's where we are. So we'll know something, or we won't, one way or another.
Yeah, nobody wants that, though, right? Nobody wants the lawlessness, because we're going to have Hale McGranahan join us from the Big Spur in just a moment. He wants to be able to put in ink who's going to play. He doesn't want to have to say, hey, this kid, you know, he's enrolled and everything. But anyway, he's getting calls. What do you mean he's getting calls? Yeah, he's in class right now, but he stepped out of class because he's going to take a call from X Big Ten school. You can't have that.
You cannot have that. And, you know, and the thing is, like, and we'll go to break. I know Hale's waiting patiently, so I apologize, Hale, but let's just reverse this whole thing. And I said yesterday, keep in mind, about 3 weeks ago, all of a sudden, out of the blue, former tight end Michael Smith signed with Ole Miss. And I'm not insinuating at all that Ole Miss broke any rules to sign Michael Smith, who had departed South Carolina's program, was apparently going to Syracuse, and then was set to enroll back at South Carolina. And then also, I'm not saying that they broke the rules, but let's just say that the situation that just happened up there happened here in Columbia, where he said, nope, actually, I'm at South Carolina. He's in school. He's enrolled. And then all of a sudden, he's off to Ole Miss. And Shane Beamer's going, whoa. We didn't recruit a tight end because you were here.
That's it.
Okay, you know, this place would be losing its collective, you know what?
That's it.
Against Ole Miss. So I would advise any other fan base out there who just doesn't really care. It's just another story. I can't stand Clemson. I don't care what happens to them. I don't like whatever Dabo Swinney has to say. Well, put yourself in those shoes real quick. I don't know if it's true or not. Dabo said it. I'm going to assume that this part is true. They were signing one linebacker. He said that. To me, from a coaching standpoint, you are filling your needs by signing one guy at that position. That's the guy that you went to sign. You did it. You told everybody else, go home. We don't need you. We got our guy. And then all of a sudden, your guy leaves your program because somebody broke the rules to lure him there via cash. And now you don't have a linebacker. So I don't, if that happened at South Carolina or Georgia, could you imagine if that happened to Kirby Smart? He'd be losing his lunch on national television. We all know that. So they got to do something about it. And if not, it might be a nearer end than we all maybe thought when it comes to the NCAA and what they actually will be able to control moving forward. All right, we'll hit a break. Hale McGranahan is up next. We'll talk some recruiting with him. And then we got the show coming up at noon. That's Smitty. I'm JB. We'll be right back.
New year, right? Let the procrastination begin. You've done it before. Join the gym. Go for a couple of weeks, and then it's over. So here's our solution. Bring the gym to you. Do it your way, on your time, in your home. Visit Charleston Fitness Equipment and start where you want to start. CharlestonFitnessEquipment.com. Have a healthy new year.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
Looking for a new car? You need to think about a Kia.
If you're in the market for an SUV, consider the new Kia Telluride or the new Kia Sorento. They're big, they're strong, and loaded with tech for thousands less than Honda or Toyota. You'll see the difference right away, and you get double the warranty. Plus, you get the JT's Advantage million-mile warranty and about 1,000 other things you have to see to believe.
If you want the biggest bang for your buck, it's time to think about a new JT's Kia. We're serious about saving you money.
Today and every day, we celebrate our great state of South Carolina. This week, our hometown highlight takes us to the banks of Winyah Bay to beautiful Georgetown. Visit the Rice Museum the next time you stroll Front Street. We love you, Georgetown.
Hey Georgetown, this is your Low Country lawyer and friend Mason West at the West Law Firm. We love our folks in Georgetown just like we do all across the state of South Carolina. And if you've been injured in a car wreck or hurt on the job, we're here to help. Call us at West Law Firm, 843-897-7525.
Sure look good. But you know it.
Look good, you know it, baby. Look good, you know it, baby.
All right, it's 11:35. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. There is Hale McGranahan with the Big Spur.com. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Doing fine. How are y'all?
Oh, we're doing fine. Just doing what we're doing every day, talking about off-season football topics. Once again, how quickly can the season get here so we can actually talk about the games again? Hell, it's just daytime drama between now and then, right? Isn't that what we'll be covering?
8 months, that's a long way away. I guess it's a little more than 8 months. So,
yeah,
you got to buckle in and go for a ride. Probably going to be a lot to talk about this offseason.
It's already off to a hot start, that's for sure. Now you got this Darian Mensah deal. It's yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, let's get into some recruiting stuff with you, Hale. They're on the road this week. So dead period next week. Starting, when does it start? Monday.
Starts on Monday, yeah.
And how long does that last?
It will be through the month of February, and then it's over on March 2nd, I believe it is. That Monday, March 2nd.
But Ole Miss announced there will be no dead period this year.
Oh, yeah. Ole Miss has an open contact period, 12 months a year. LSU has the same.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, you just do what you want to do until somebody actually imposes something that punishes you for getting caught. Doesn't matter if you get caught. It's what is the punishment if you get caught, if there is any punishment. Okay, Hey, during that dead period, that means what exactly does that mean? Hale, what I'm trying to get at here is like what is going on between, for the rest of this week. 'Cause I know coaches are on the road, and we'll get to the rescheduled junior day in a second. But does that mean that recruits can't come to campus? They just can't go out? What does that mean?
Yeah, it means both those things. So right now it's a contact period, and basically what a contact period means is coaches are allowed to go out on the road and visit with recruits, visit with 2027 recruits. They can go and meet with them at their house or go out to dinner or see them at the school, do whatever. They can hang out and talk to them and spend time talking face to face with them and their families. They can't. They're not supposed to. People do though, but they're not supposed to do that with younger prospects. There's some guidelines with that, but yeah, you can still go talk to the high school coaches and watch them play basketball or whatever, and do all that. And that's been going on for most of this month in January, and that'll end on this coming Saturday, and then another one of those periods will pick back up in the middle of April and go through the end of May. The spring evaluation period, what it's been known as for a while. And so, yeah, then there's a quiet period, which will be a one-day quiet period. And what a quiet period basically amounts to is recruits can go on college visits. So there'll be a one-day quiet period on Sunday. It's coming Sunday. And then starting next Monday is when the dead period hits. And when that dead period ends on March 2nd, it'll be a quiet period, meaning that recruits can go on college visits again.
Okay. So they're on the road this week. What do you know about where they are going, who they are seeing? Anything of significance?
Yeah, they're mostly going and seeing their priority 2027 recruits. There's been some offers going out to guys in that class and guys in the 2028 class as well. Probably some 2029s too, but it's primarily been for 2027. So like Nate Carson, the offensive lineman from Irmo, just posted something on Twitter right as I was coming on with you guys that he's meeting with Kendall Briles and Randy Clements right now. So stuff like that. Like the staff has been going out and seeing guys. Shane Beamer can go out on the road right now. That's another thing that I guess I should add is this contact period here in January is the only time during the entire calendar year that the head coaches from colleges are allowed to go out on the road. So Shane's been out, as I'm sure people have seen on the Big Spur, and if they're on Twitter, seen him in pictures with various recruits. Him and Clayton White hit up a bunch of different linebacker and defensive end prospects. Deion Barnes did too as well. So yeah, Shane's been busy jumping around from state to state and seeing some of their top guys are going after in this 2027 class. So yeah, that's really been kind of the priority again is getting in front of some of these guys and trying to get them in for whether it's one of these junior days or setting up an official visit for May or June, as those have started to happen as well. So it's been a pretty busy time these last few weeks as the portal's been closed.
Okay. Kendall Briles, you mentioned him meeting with the young man from Irmo. Are you aware of any prospects specifically, or even if it's just more of a generalized answer, that maybe prior to him taking the reins as the OC at South Carolina, maybe the door was cracked but not open, maybe the door wasn't open at all, but now that he's here, an offensive name or two or more who have in the Gamecock football program because of what is expected to be a rejuvenated offense?
Yeah, it's been primarily quarterbacks that he's been meeting with and going and offering. There have been a couple who've been offered since he got the job in December. I mean, the first one was Weston Nielsen, who's from Texas, and that was within days of Briles getting the job, and then I think a day or two after he got the Carolina offer, he committed to Arizona State. So obviously that commitment to Arizona State had been in the works for a little while, but Briles offered him at TCU and was recruiting him there. And I mean, Jerry Meyer III, who's a recent offer this month for Carolina, is committed to 2027 quarterback, also from Texas. And so, yeah, that's probably one example, as well as a guy named Ty Newton, who's another quarterback in that class from Texas, and then a 2029 quarterback from Texas who Briles has offered. So there have been some receivers from Texas, maybe a running back or two from sort of the Midwest that have picked up Carolina offers within the last month or two since Briles has gotten the job. But yeah, we'll see how far along things are as we get closer to spring practice, when there will be a bunch more guys coming in to visit than as we get into the summer months with official visits and things like that.
Okay. Go ahead, Matt.
You know, I was curious. JC did on Coffee with JC this morning. He talked about all the veterans that have been coming in through the portal, especially at the offensive line position. I think 7 of 17 are like 4th, 5th, or 6th year guys. Have you seen that, I guess, impact what's going on at the high school level, knowing that many players are going to be having to exit the program, plus you're going to lose guys in the portal? I just wonder how you are now kind of wrapping your arms around the numbers that come in year to year, and if they're casting a wider net because of this portal class being so veteran.
Good question.
Yeah, that is a good question, and I'm sure there will be another run on portal guys, offensive linemen, next year as a result of what you're talking about, Smitty. But just off the top of my head, I can't think of a bunch of offensive linemen, or really any offensive linemen from the 2027 class who've been offered by South Carolina within the last few weeks. There have been a handful of guys that they've been recruiting for a while now, and Maxwell Hiller and Brady Hull and Junior Saunders, who are all scheduled for official visits to South Carolina. But like I said, they've been long-time targets for this staff. And I'm sure the offer board will continue to grow as we move along with more guys from that class getting offers, more offensive linemen. But I would have to think, just given the kind of general strategy that this staff has right now, moving forward, it's probably going to continue to be a thing for them, where they want to be able to supplement their position groups with veteran guys and help bridge the gap. And I guess that's not really a new thing. Like, they've been sort of doing it that way for the last few years as we've seen the portal and kind of its iteration that it's been in here for a little while now.
Hale, when it comes to the state of South Carolina, do you know who is in charge of what territories as far as the coaches on staff?
Yeah, I don't think that they've nailed that down yet, because there's obviously been some turnover on the staff this offseason. So
okay,
we'll see. Going back to what we were talking about with the contact period stuff and coaches being out on the road this month, the priority, like I said, has been getting in front of guys who they're like really targeting and things like that. So it's not so much like, hey, Mike Furry, you've got the upstate, Greenville County, Spartanburg County, Cherokee County, places like that, where I'm pretty sure he's had as his areas for the state. He's more going out, from what I understand, and just going and seeing the guys that they really want to recruit at the receiver position, regardless of where they're located. So I would imagine, again, I don't know this for sure, I would imagine they're still figuring that stuff out, and some of that's to be determined, and it will probably be more I don't want to say relevant, but more of a focus when they get into the spring evaluation period, where it's like a month and a half of coaches being out on the road almost, where they're going to say, all right, Randy Clements, you've got, and I'm just throwing this out there, you've got the PD. So you go to Dillon, go to Myrtle Beach, go to all those places over there just to go see the coaches and introduce yourself. So I would guess that they're still kind of figuring that out.
Okay. All right. Now, so last weekend there was supposed to be a junior day. The weather got in the way of that. It is rescheduled. What's going on this upcoming weekend? Is the junior day this weekend, and who all's coming? What's the status of that?
Yes, so they've already had one scheduled for this coming Saturday. I don't know when exactly they set those dates, but they'd been in the works for a while. They were going to have one this past Sunday, the 25th. Then obviously the winter weather was an issue, and they had to cancel that. They decided to cancel that, I think Friday is when they made that final decision. And then, of course, this one coming up here this Saturday, which had been scheduled for a while, and now it looks like we might get some snow here in Columbia, so we'll have to keep an eye on that and how that might shake things up. Then, yeah, this coming Sunday is almost sort of a makeup day, if you will, with a handful of guys who are scheduled for this past Sunday's visit, who are going to come in this coming Sunday. But there are also some who are going to, instead of coming in on Sunday, they're going to be at the event on Saturday, or they're planning to be there. So an awful lot of guys who are relevant 2027, 2028 prospects for Carolina.
Is this we were kind of talking about this a little earlier. Smitty and I were, and shoot, I guess Preston and Phil too. How do you when you look at the 27 class in the state of South Carolina, the prospects, how do you describe this class? It seems to me like maybe this is a better group or a higher abundance of highly touted skill position guys than maybe we've seen in recent years. How would you view that?
Yeah, that is definitely the case, in particular at the running back position, where there's been quite a drought and guys who are Carolina level targets, high SEC, ACC guys who have multiple offers from schools in those leagues. Trey Segarra from Burns, Aiden Gibson from Woodruff. There have been one or two running backs here recently that are kind of there. I mean, Jalen McGill, who's at North Carolina now, reclassified up from the 26 to the 25 class and enrolled early there. But I don't think he got on the field as a real early enrolled freshman. Then the Jarvis Green from Dutch Fork, who's at Clemson, who hadn't really done a whole lot, and I don't imagine he probably would have played more this past season if he hadn't gotten hurt. But yeah, I mean, just that position alone, it's much better than what we've seen over the years, and probably a reflection of why that position's been a struggle in recruiting for South Carolina here the last several years. So yeah, that's one. I mean, the defensive tackle group is pretty solid with Jaden Bryant from Irmo and Seth Tillman from South Point. Some good receivers. There's not really a quarterback I can't really think of off the top of my head who's a college level prospect. Maybe I'm forgetting one, but certainly not like on South Carolina's radar. So it's there have been some high level players over the years. Obviously, Julian Walker in this 2026 class from Dutch Fork, but as far as like the volume and depth of this class, I think it's going to end up being really, really good across the board in the state of South Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple wide receivers that we're monitoring in this state. You mentioned Segarra at running back, Aiden Gibson, their other running back. Where do you think, just you don't have to go through it line by line, but where do you think South Carolina stands with a lot of these skill position guys, these running backs, these wide receivers?
Yeah, so Segarra and Gibson and Jaden Kelly Murray, who's a receiver down in the Low Country. He transferred from Somerville to Oceanside a few weeks ago. So, I don't know. You'll have to ask him that. But he's got an official visit scheduled, like those two backs too. So I would say it's safe to say that they're in really good spots with those guys. They've all three have been on campus a bunch over the years. So yeah, that's something to feel positive about with this class moving forward. Even though like arguably the top player in the state is Jaden Bryant, the defensive end from Irmo, who's committed to LSU. I would say either him or Trey Segarra are best overall, but not to get too far off topic. Yeah, those those skill position guys are all guys Carolina is going to be very much in the mix for till the end. Definitely.
You got anything, Matt?
Yeah, I thought it was an interesting topic that JB brought up early in the show today, which was where South Carolina produces the most talent. Of course, we all landed at defensive back eventually, and then talked about where they were weak. And you even mentioned that there's no quarterback prospects. What do you, when you talk to people, maybe even assistant coaches that do the recruiting themselves or other analysts that work in your field, what do they say about, say, South Carolina having to go outside its borders for certain positions? And how does that, I guess, land on a coach's like priorities? Because you just might know, hey, I've been looking at high school football and we don't have enough linemen in this state, and we don't have enough quarterback play in this state, and you got to get out there. What's the reputation of the state, and how do the coaches, you think, handle that?
It's just, I mean, obviously it's a small state, and there's not going to be a ton of players over the course of any given year, and it's kind of hit or miss with what position's going to be really good from one year to the next. I mean, there was a time when defensive line, whether end or tackle, you could always count on there being multiple guys at those positions over the years, and there was kind of a drought for a little while, really up until these last couple of years, like with Julian Walker. And obviously he's not originally from South Carolina, has only been here for a few years, but whether it's with him or the guys like I mentioned earlier with Jaden Bryant and Seth Tillman, it's picked up a little bit more, but like defensive tackle, that's been a pretty significant drop off in terms of players from this state being available for Carolina, or guys who are worth going to getting if you're Carolina. So yeah, DB's always, you've always been able to count on DB being an option, but just off the top of my head, I can't think of many or any DBs in this 2027 class that are Carolina level guys. So like I said, it's just kind of hit or miss where they're going to be and who they are and what position they play. So you can't really count on, hey, we're going to be able to pull in this type of player from the state each year, because it's just kind of a roll of the dice of what you're going to get from year to year.
Jaden Bryant is the top rated player in the state as it stands today, but he's committed to LSU. So, but would you say that South Carolina is still very much in the mix there at the end of the day?
Yeah, for sure. That is 100% certain that they're still in the mix. Yeah.
I go back the last year or two, guys. I mean, Phil's in here now. JC's in here for those of you that are listening and not watching. And all of you know more about recruiting than I do. But I go back the last couple of years, and then I look at the 27 class, Hale. I'm trying to remember maybe y'all can remind me, but a time where there were more high-level prospects from the Midlands alone. I mean, you think about Dutch Fork and Irmo and Dutch Fork, Irmo, Bridgeview. I mean, these schools seemingly every year right now are pumping out a couple of guys from each program. That's important for South Carolina if they want them to keep them there.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden Worth's another one from Dutch Fork, the defensive tackle, and even though he moved in from Augusta before this past year, that's to your point, JB. There's been a pretty good run on guys at all these, not all the Midland schools, but a lot of these Midland schools, and there are some 2028 defensive linemen at AC Flora who are getting some offers and getting a lot of traction as well. So there's seems like there's only going to be more to be had.
Well, this is going to be an argument for Matt and Steve on 4-Quarter Friday. Is that because you during football season, those guys, they cover the 4 different parts of the state: the Low Country, the PD, the Midlands, and the Upstate. So is that where we're landing, Smitty? The Midlands, that's the powerhouse for football talent now. It's not the Upstate, not the PD, not the Low Country. It's all right there in Columbia.
Well, individual players are good, but I, and then you've got Dutch Fork as a power there, but I still think the Upstate's I think the Upstate's still overall where you have most of the better teams, the top.
As far as teams go, yeah. I mean, those are, and I'm not saying it because I'm a Spartanburg homer. But
yeah, you
I'll
are.
tell you this: the secret sauce in this state, and Hale probably would agree with me, when I-20 runs out right before you hit 95, that 95 is like this barrier. And then from about Lake Marion north to the border, that whole quadrant or third or piece of the diamond, if you will. Look at all the players that have come out of small schools from the PD Grand Strand area and hit and been good. And I'm including the bigger schools too, like Myrtle Beach. JJ Jones hit. I mean, you look, Xavier Leggett is from Mullins. You look at TJ Johnson back in the day from Ainer. Conway had 2 draft picks in the last 5 years. Conway High School. Now they're in trouble. They've hired a new coach now, but the kids from Florence, not just the Sellers, but you have the kid at Amari Adams that went to Clemson that was a 5-star. It's just one of those things where, they're not that many, but if you get a player from over there, chances are he's going to turn into a baller. And I've seen it over and over and over again. So I like that part of the state as far as individual talent goes myself.
Yeah, TJ Sanders. He's another one.
I forgot. Didn't see. I got stumped. Started thinking about Myrtle Beach and forgot about Jimmy Carter's fireworks. Rest its soul. Remember when Jimmy Carter's fireworks had a strip club? Anybody remember that?
No.
Didn't it? There was a strip club right there for a little while.
I think JB and I were a little too young for that.
Yeah, sorry, man. Smitty, I don't. Smitty's like, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Smitty has no time for that nonsense. So
I'm going to tell you, you don't go to a strip club in the lower part of the state. I'm just going to say that. That's just a hard and fast rule.
I rolled into one in Dirty Myrtle one time called Secrets.
Yeah,
right there. That was a night. I think I was down there covering North-South game with the work for 24/7.
Oh, that's good to know. I'm sure they were excited to hear that.
Besides the strip club in Welford, the worst strip club I've ever been in is Goldsboro, North Carolina. And I was on a trip with my buddy Greg, working at Rivals. This was like 2006. And we went in there, and it was just awful. But we had a few beers, and then I didn't drink a whole lot in those days on road trips. We were just kind of unwinding. And so we had to get on this long road through eastern North Carolina. If you've ever been there, it sucks. And Greg hit a cat on the way.
Oh, Lord.
And I talked to Greg about a year ago. He said, man, I still think about that cat. And I'm like, I still think about that strip club in Goldsboro. Those are my memories.
Wait, you said Welford. Was that a Nikita's reference?
Nikita's showroom, dude. Last time I went in there was about 10 years ago, and there was the best looking woman in, the best looking dancer in there. Well, she was pregnant.
Okay.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, either that or she'd swallowed a watermelon. But she was getting a lot of business. I don't know what kind of. I didn't tip her. I mean, I was away from the action at the bar. But
you have to actually move the crime scene yellow tape to get into Nikita's to walk in, because there's always police presence right outside.
That's right.
Have what I term at this point in my life an ancient friend, like a friend from back in the day. You don't know where he's at, but he's ancient, He was a bouncer at Nikita's, and he's this big old boy named Ben with a beard, and he said some crazy stuff. Once ate a raw turkey burger, and then funneled Fighting Cock whiskey. Finally got whiskey behind that, and then there was a pink fountain that came out of his mouth. But anyway, wore this big belt buckle and stuff. And he's like, I'm a 300-pound cross between Andre the Giant and Grizzly the Adams. And he was a bouncer at Nikita's. Like, that was his job. Drove a Dodge Aries. Anyway.
So, Hale, what do you do when you're on the road?
I mean, Platinum Plus in Greenville's a church now, so I don't know what that is.
It is a church.
It is a church.
That doesn't say it all.
Now you want to talk about a place that I'm ashamed of? I feel shame every time I go in. It's Platinum Plus in Greenville.
Well,
and it burned down.
Oh, the one in Columbia?
The one in Columbia, I feel shame as well. No, the one in Greenville burned down or something. They tore it down because it became.
No, that's what I'm saying. I was dead serious. That was not a joke. It is literally a church now. The structure is still there. It's a church.
They tried to make it one of those like, what was it, like a topless rib joint there, and that failed.
Yeah, somehow
And
that
then-
doesn't go
and then,
together.
and then they tore it down and put up a church.
Well,
Okay.
I guess we
Well, I
commend
don't
them for
agree
that.
with him. I don't know.
You know,
Anyway,
to each their own.
Yeah.
I'm never going to the strip club again, boys. I'm retired.
Not a boy.
Retired about
Good.
10 years ago
Good for you, JC.
when I got kicked out.
Hale, is there anything to monitor for next week's National Signing Day? Anything at all?
Yeah, they're looking at a junior college offensive tackle. It was Adrian Lamb, Georgia military from Buford originally. They offered him a couple weeks ago. Maybe a long snapper from Buford, Georgia. Yeah. So beyond that, not real sure about other names. There could be some other under the radar types. But yeah, just kind of filling out the roster, so to speak. Got 105 scholarships to work with these days. So
yeah. That's interesting. Phil, you and I were kind of hitting on this a little bit earlier. I don't know. I'm sure it'll change again, not to keep you, forever, Hale, but we might be in a little bit of a window here where, because in the recent years with the portal, it's felt like JUCO recruiting has certainly gone by the wayside, right? I mean, there was a time where we all grew up, and every year South Carolina and all these other schools, they would sign a few JUCO guys a year. You used to go to JUCO to academically and physically get yourself ready to go and play in the SEC or the ACC. But a lot of that kind of fell by the wayside. But now, because of scholarship expansions and roster expansions, we might have a little bit of a window where you are going to actually go ahead and fill out your roster with some of these JUCO guys, maybe down the road. I don't know if it stays that way, but we might be in a window right now there.
yeah, it's kind of a money ball type of situation you can put yourself in, where you spend a lot of money to retain guys on your current roster and have to go pay some others from the portal, and you still got holes to fill on your team, and you got a guy you feel like you can go out and get by just giving them a scholarship, then maybe you go about it that way. So yeah, there are all sorts of ways to get it done. And JUCO's still there.
Well, as always, you get it done when you're invited around here, my friend. Well done, my friend. Well done. Well done.
Good to see you, Hale.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, JC. Appreciate y'all, and enjoyed the Nikita's references. That was
Nothing like it, man.
Nothing like it. That's right. See you, Hale. Do I dare leave you two alone for another couple of hours?
It is terrible.
Listen, we've got more stories than that.
I
know.
got some things to say too. So
boy.
I'm ready
Here
to
we go. I love days that start out like this.
I've been doing some research, which is dangerous.
That's very dangerous. Yeah.
By the way, said on call, just on this whole SEC, the Big Ten is this past the SEC, and it's because the SEC used to cheat.
Oh boy. Here we
Well, I think it's intellectually dishonest, and there may be something to like the roster construction and all that, but like in every other sport, that's not how we decide what the best conference is, and we used to not do it in college football, and I've got receipts. So I don't know whether the media is just lazy because it was so easy when Alabama was winning every year, or whatever SEC team beat them, that they don't think, or they're just young and dumb and don't understand how football really works. But in every other sport, that's not how we don't determine the best division in baseball is whoever produces the World Series champ. We don't determine the Super Bowl winner. That's the best division in football. It may come from it this year if Seattle wins. We don't basketball. How do we count? How do we determine what the best conference is? Who gets the most in the NCAA tournament? Not who wins. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I think it's bullcrap, and it's not intellectually honest. I'm tired of it. I'm tired, Eddie. I'm tired, Ringo. I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be the shepherd.
And in the words of LT, that brings me to my next point.
Here we go.
Don't smoke crack.
Yeah.
Wise words. Timeless.
What do you got on the agenda today, Smitty?
Well, we're gonna get with Steve Hall, and we're going to really prep hard for this weekend's four-quarter Friday, or this Friday's four-quarter Friday. I'm looking forward to it. Lou Bays Jack from the state and Socastee Athletic Director Josh Vinson will join us. And then we're going, at your suggestion, track down some of the coaches that have taken some jobs from across the state, because I think some of the jobs that are getting filled right now in high school football have opportunities. Those coaches will walk into ready-made situations in some circumstances. So it's going to be interesting to talk to some of them.
I was thinking about this today because I was reviewing some of the stuff and reviewing your show. And I know you live in Horry County. Now you live on the coast now, right?
I live in Georgetown now. Yeah.
Georgetown. Yeah. Okay, great. That's same area, same thing, but kind of. But, you know, so I was thinking about the Socastee travel thing you guys were discussing the other day. And it is a long way from Socastee to Monk's Corner. I mean, I know. But I've noticed that a couple of coaches have bolted for St. James and North Myrtle Beach jobs. And I wonder if living on the coast has anything to do with that.
It may. And both of those clubs have also dropped to 4A.
Yeah.
Maybe better opportunity to win.
When I spent part of my freshman year of high school at Socastee. North Myrtle Beach was a tiny school then. I mean, it was St. James was a middle school. My brother went there. St. James Middle. Now, gosh,
I saw the regions the other day that y'all tagged me in, and I just don't love it. You know, I just don't love it.
Yeah, Wando's in there with Socastee and Carolina Forest. Socastee and Carolina Forest, and then Charleston area. Charleston
right.
School.
That's right.
Go ahead, Smitty. Yeah.
I was just going to say, and if you talked about the distance, it's not always just the time that it takes. It's also how difficult the route is. JC, you'll remember it used to be a tough trip to go from Spartanburg County to Rock Hill. Now that's eased up a little bit, and those schools are going to be in the same region. Region 2 5A will contain Rock Hill schools and Spartanburg County schools, and it's a little bit easier to get around. But the real issue is when there's no way to come back from the Monk's Corner area that doesn't take you eventually up 17.
Right.
So I'm going to suggest that if you're a conservationist, get the deer out of the road, because they're going to take down 6 to 7 deer on 17, but in the McClellanville area every Friday night.
Yeah, I've been through that at night too. It's tough. In fact, I went from Georgetown back to Charleston, for Paulie's to Charleston to Bradford's house one night recently, last couple of years. Yeah, Spartanburg County, but not the Spartanburg County school, man. The Spartanburg County school is in with Greenville schools.
That's right.
That happens at Burns every 2 or 3, like you said, pointed out accurately. When I was in school, they were in their 3A, then they moved to 4A, but it was like East Side, Riverside, all the Greenville schools. So they get West Side, Anderson, T.L. Hanna, they get shoved in there sometimes. Malden, because that's when Kevin Garnett played for Malden, and Lane Fowler played for Burns. And Burns went to the state championship that year, lost to Burke and Ray Allen. Well, it was a great season. But Garnett was a sophomore at Malden, and we played Malden twice. So, and Green, and so that they get shoved over there sometimes. It stinks because Burns people would rather play Gaffney, Dorman, Spartanburg, Northwestern, Rock Hill. I mean, every one of them. But it is what it is, brother. I think it's good for Reggie Shaw because I think he'll win.
I think one of the factors, and we'll absolutely take everybody's thoughts on this when we do this at Four Quarter Friday on Fridays, but I think culture and rivalries has to carry more weight in the future.
Agreed.
When they redraw these.
I wholeheartedly agree with that. I just like Wando and Berkeley and, I guess Goose Creek to an extent being shoved in there with Cane Bay and Socastee and Carolina Forest in Region 6. To me, that's ridiculous. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Region 5 is
who
where
asked for
everybody is.
Cane Bay versus Carolina Forest?
I know. I mean,
those are two new schools, newish. In Illinois, they do like what you're talking about, though, Matt. They actually keep up with the enrollment the whole year. Like if you lose students during the year, you could drop down or whatever. And the regions are, some are 8A, some are 7A, whatever. And then they get the playoffs. It's by your classification. So I think that's a pretty good idea. I don't know in the South. That's kind of, honestly, being a traditionalist and, believing that everything they do in high school football in the South is better. I didn't like it, but after hearing you talk about it, and again, folks, listen to 4 Quarter Friday. It's good stuff. I'm kind of open to it because you're right. These small towns and these schools, the interest is going to die, if they don't play teams they like. It's hard enough. I mean, everybody's distracted nowadays, So,
well, I mean, I was just, and I know that, the classification is different, but I mean, I'm always at Bishop England, watching my cousins play football or volleyball, basketball. And next year there'll be, 3A back with Georgetown, Hanahan, North Charleston, and Oceanside Collegiate is in there as well. And nobody likes Oceanside Collegiate. And I don't care if there's Oceanside Collegiate people like it, they're watching this show. I'll tell you right now, nobody likes them. I mean, but whatever. But like Bishop England's been shoved in there for the last, couple of years with the Beauforts and the Bluftons and the Hilton Heads and the May Rivers. Like, that's ridiculous. I mean, every road trip, they're going on two road trips a week, 10 hours to go play, 1 hour volleyball or 2 1 hour volleyball games, like 2.5 hour road trips constantly to Beaufort County. And the same thing when they have to come up here. I mean, that was just, some of it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I'm with Matt on that. I think you're spot on. They got to figure out how to protect some of these traditional matchups. Like, I know region or 5A's figured it out with Stratford, Somerville being back in the same region and stuff, but Wando and Berkeley not being included in that's crazy to me. It's crazy. So, anyways, nobody asked me. Like they never do. They should, but they don't. All right, I got to go get an avocado and take some medicine, guys. My head feels like it's about to fall off my shoulders once again. But Ashley Chastain will be here tomorrow. Smitty, you're back tomorrow, right? So it'll be a good day. Paul Manario will be here on Thursday. Looking forward to Coach, and we got a good week planned. I have no idea what Mad Dog and JC are about to do. So everybody, grab a snack and get ready. Thanks, Smitty.
Not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Gracie and Matt
Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Welcome inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off on a terrible Tuesday. Built by the Barndo Co. We are live from the mountains to the sea in the great state of South Carolina, coast to coast, nationwide, and worldwide via the internet. I am Phil Mad Dog Mullinax, cutting through the orange fog of the upstate of South Carolina. He is JC Sherbert, my co-host from Points Unknown. And JC, it's a terrible Tuesday, and I realize you got some things to get off your chest. I got some things to get off mine too. Like, I'm ready for everybody to go back to school.
Oh, are they out of school today?
Skew. No skew today. And we're still pending a decision for tomorrow. Hopefully we'll be back. But one of the disadvantages of having an enormously large county-wide school, as Greenville does, is what's good for Travelers Rest has to be good for Malden and Hillcrest.
It used to be in Spartanburg. It was in District 6, which is Dorman's district, because that district stretches from like Pauline up toward Inman. Right. And so there's parts that are closer to the northern part of the county, and they'd call it, and you'd be like, "Oh, Roebuck is clear," Well, it's not, but then it would be like the District 2 and District 1, Bowling Springs, Chesney, the northern part of the county, but they'd be all be out too. No such luck in District 5, the Burns district, because it's right there in the west.
Yeah.
So we kind of, if District 4, which is Woodruff, was out, we'd be up. In Greenville County, it's all one big thing. So Fountain Inn, you could get no snow and no ice and be out of school because TR snowed in.
That's right. Yeah.
I'd say TR like that because Phil's wife says TR like that.
TR.
Got it from her. TR. We'll just be talking normal conversation. And it's like, yeah, dude, you just went to this nice little restaurant up in TR. That's Travelers Rest, home of the Devil Dogs, for those that don't know.
That's right.
Ryan McGee from Marty and McGee, ESPN, is actually a TR graduate.
He's a TR grad.
I love the mascot, the Devil Dogs. I really, really do. So anyway, I hope everybody's safe. And look, I had, because Phil, the very fact that Phil's power is on makes me think the upstate and the rest of South Carolina kind of avoided what could have been bad, and that's good. So
yeah, and I know why they're out today, because we had the hard freeze last night, so I mean it made sense. But hopefully they'll get these roads cleaned enough for everybody to go back to school Wednesday.
Yeah, get them out of the house, brother. I feel you there, but yeah, it's we're talking region realignment and high school sports and stuff, and I, after kind of digging into it and actually listening to Matt and Steve. By the way, 4-Quarter Friday every Friday morning at 9. We're glad to have Matt on with us. We love Justin Hall, but Justin's got a big job now and could no longer do it. And just very fortunate to have Matt sitting in here on the show, and also with 4-Quarter Friday. He's excellent at what he does. I've known Matt for years. He's a Spartanburg guy like me. But anyway, so I agree that with them, and I came around on all my thinking, because I was totally opposed to, I was like, why would you have a region where you have 4A and 5A schools mixed together? Because they do it in Illinois, and I thought that was stupid. Like, I think most things are stupid. But I've come around on my thinking and realized that with population shifts, and South Carolina is growing in some areas, and some areas are not quite growing again. And then, like Woodruff for years, like lost population in Spartanburg County. Now Woodruff's kind of a happening place. They're building houses out there. It's growing again. And they got a brew pub downtown in downtown Woodruff. I mean, it's up and coming. So schools, and I think what you have to do is, for the purposes of the regular season, if you want to continue to keep people's attention, You got to still play the games that matter. And matter. They matter to the students. They matter to the alums. They matter. Like Burns, there's not a single Burns person. Now, look, Burns going from Region 2 to Region 1, it's like it would have been like LSU going from the SEC to the ACC. I mean, that's kind of how it is. But Burns going to that other. There's not a single person in Duncan, Lyman, Welford that cares. That's going to get up for East Side as much as they get up for Gaffney.
Yeah,
and that's important, I think. So, Ben says they do it in North Carolina a lot too. If I ever have any questions about North Carolina, I hope Ben's in the chat box.
Right.
Anything to do with North Carolina colleges, regions of North Carolina, he mentioned Goldsboro earlier. I mean, dude, this guy knows. I dig it.
Resident Tar Heel State.
Man, I've never lived in North. I've lived in Tennessee, Georgia, Illinois, South Carolina.
I lived in North Carolina when I was very young.
Yeah, I've just never lived there, never wanted to live there, never gone to the beach there, although I hear it's lovely. And I may change that. I'll go to the mountains, but usually if as an adult, if I've gone all the way, I'll go all the way into Tennessee. I'll go to Gatlinburg. Yeah, that's another one. Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge. Pigeon Forge. But Ben's repping the 252. Yes,
the 252. Okay, all right.
So Hell Rooster says the Outer Banks are amazing. Yeah, I've heard like the beaches like north of Myrtle Beach are quieter, less expensive. Ocean Isle, I think maybe is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Cherry Grove, that's another one. There we go. Cherry Grove. Terrible Tuesday. We're just going to get the hard Southern accent in for all these things. Ocean Isle, Sunset Beach is just like Dirty Myrtle. TD Null says, TD knows Myrtle Beach. He has, he was cranking out driving instructions earlier.
Right.
Yeah. He knows. Proud Carolina Forest graduate. So, anyway, did get a text in from Jan, who's a Conway guy. And he was mentioning that they hadn't been good since Chuck Jordan has been gone. I did find it, I want to do some research. I did find it interesting that of the players from South Carolina that have signed with South Carolina, signed with the Gamecocks and gotten drafted, since 2020, Conway leads the way.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Edwards and Tonka were both drafted Conway guys from South Carolina. So that's good stuff. And they lead the way. Everybody else that got drafted kind of had a one, but a lot of small schools down there are pretty good. But anyway, so what's chapping me here is I read yet again, Big Ten better than the SEC. Oh, I'll tell you how I came to this. 107.5 the game. Bless them. They had a poll up today, and I get it. I'm not upset with them, but they had a poll up today that they got from The Athletic, who is, you may as well name that publication Narrative Pushers Inc. Wrong Narrative Pushers. And said, okay, why do you think the SEC's missed the last 3 national title games? NIL, transfer portal, Saban retiring, or other? I think it's definitely other. But this whole crap about, and I haven't read like the article where they gave coach. I know the coaches probably disagree with me or something. They're probably, and I think the Big Ten coaches, because they've been at such a disadvantage through the years trying to get talent to the frozen tundras, that they're pushing it hard. That, oh yeah, well they used to pay under the table, and now we're getting this, that, and the other, blah blah blah. And so okay. Well, that's I understand where the coaches are coming from, because it's their job to sell their program. You're perpetually selling if you're a college football coach. I will forgive that. It's the media that bothers me. So riddle me this, Batman. So from 1998 to 2005, I think everyone would agree the SEC was the best conference during this period. Top to bottom, the toughest one. Everybody said it. You had Florida, Tennessee, and the West was rotating. Very good football teams, very strong. Do you know how many national championships they won in this 8-year period? And this was 98 was the start of the BCS. So Tennessee won it that year. Two of the 8.
Yeah, 2. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So Florida State wins at 99. They beat Virginia Tech. Did anybody in 1999 say the ACC is the best conference in America? No.
Pretty sure you'd stop short of that.
2000 Oklahoma came out of nowhere like a thief in the night under Bob Stoops' second year, won the whole ball of wax, best team, and beat a really good Florida State team in the Orange Bowl, 13-2. I'll never forget that score. Anybody fly the Big 12 banner for best conference? Don't think so. 0-1, one of the best teams I've ever seen, dominant from opening to the stop to the end. Butch Davis, it was Larry Coker's team because Butch Davis left to take the Browns job.
Yeah, that's right.
He could have still been at Miami winning. He could have gone down as one of the greatest college coaches of all time, took the Browns job and then went to North Carolina and got caught up in a cheating scandal and never got, I think he got
We haven't heard from him since, right? Yeah, no.
No, he was at FIU he was one of the many people that have had those jobs. So Miami, Florida wins the national championship. All right. So did anybody then, they weren't in the ACC then. Who was pushing the narrative that the Big East was the most dominant conference?
Has taken over football conference dominance. Nobody.
0-2, Ohio State upsets Miami. So the SEC during this time period hadn't even played for it since 98, Phil.
Right.
All right. So so Ohio State upsets Miami in the Fiesta Bowl. Beat that great Miami team. I don't think anybody was saying the Big Ten's the best conference. No, Ohio State's just the best team because they pulled the upset. LSU finally wins it in 0-3, but the next 2 years, Philip, we had Southern Cal beating Oklahoma, which for some reason got the nod over the undefeated Auburn team.
Right. Yeah, that's the disputed.
And then the next year, Texas beats Southern Cal, the little mini Pete Carroll dynasty with Vince Young. Texas was not in the SEC then. Not a single person said the Pac-12 is the most dominant conference, or then when Texas wins it, the Big 12 is the best conference.
It's overtaken the Pac-12. Right. Yeah. No.
All right, I got more of that. I got more. So then the SEC goes on a run, 06 to 12. Florida, LSU, Florida, Bama, Auburn, Bama. FSU knocks off Auburn in 13. And Ohio State, and so that started a little downward trend. If we're taking the brain dead approach, and it's absolutely brain dead, that national championships alone judge a athletics conference's strength in college sports, or college football, because other sports don't do it. So from 13 to 18, Philip, 6 years. How many national championships the SEC win? 2.
2.
To 18. Not 19. 19 started another run. Florida State won it in 13. Ohio State in 14. Bama, then Clemson, then Bama, then Clemson again. So 4 out of 6. Either one of those years, Clemson won the national title. I don't think anybody was saying the ACC was the best league because they absolutely punked everybody. They destroyed every team they played.
Right.
It was as my friend Mike Morgan likes to say, it was Clemson was Huey Lewis. The rest of them were the news. Okay. Not sure anybody was toting the banner for the Big Ten in 14 either when Ohio State won it. Certainly the ACC in 13. Clemson was the second best team in the league that year, and Florida State beat them 51-14 on their home field.
Yes.
Okay. It was just Florida State. So nobody's saying that as recently as 2018, right? I'll tell you the year that you could make a case for the ACC in 1 year being better than the SEC. That was 16 when Clemson won the first one. And that was because the ACC had all these great quarterbacks. You're talking Lamar Jackson, Mitch Trubisky, Deshaun Watson, Evans, the 1 year wonder at Virginia Tech, was really good. Justin Thomas was at Georgia Tech. Nate, what's his name, that ended up starting in the NFL. He was at Pitt. 16 was a good year in the ACC. In the SEC, I don't know how many true freshmen started, and LSU and Florida were starting transfers from Purdue. That was before the portal. Austin Appleby and Danny Etling were starting Jalen Hurts started as a true freshman. Jake Bentley started as a true freshman. I mean, it was down. Auburn had 4 losses and went to the Sugar Bowl as the number 2 team. That it was. So I think you could make a case that year, but nobody talked about it. I'm the only one that's talked about how good the ACC was that year. So then we go on. Bama. I mean, all right, so LSU wins, Bama wins, Georgia wins twice in a row. And then I've been through, why did Michigan win? Well, they got to play Texas and Washington. Why did Ohio State win? Because they had the best roster. Why did Indiana win? Because they had the best team. And look, nothing should be taken away from the Indiana Hoosiers, the Ohio State Buckeyes, and the Michigan Wolverines the last 3 years. Especially, I mean, Indiana, of course, was one of the craziest stories ever just on its surface. But nothing should be taken away from those programs. Nothing should be taken away from the Big Ten as a conference. They've added more good teams, and then they make their teams travel all over hell and creation, making it even tougher, which absolutely no coaches and players like. You make Southern Cal go to Purdue in November. That sucks, right? I get it. It is an upgraded conference. It's not like it used to be where Ohio State's the only team with speed. I mean, it's that Oregon, and I mean, at Oregon, you have the California schools. They've got a good thing going to where they're competitive with the SEC. There's no doubt. But we're in a world where right now, I just don't understand. And maybe there's an explanation. I think number one, people are dumb and lazy and they don't like to think, and they've got jobs in the media for some reason. And I don't want to, Phil, I don't want to think that. I don't want to believe that. Right. Don't want to believe that. Although the little boy from the Detroit paper that, has decided to stand on principle and not rank Alabama in the AP poll because they're playing a G League player. I think Greg, okay, so you with your whatever's
really?
in your,
I missed that. That's insane.
you're gonna make a stand and change things. Great. You're a journalist. My opinion is, if you want to call yourself a journalist, which I don't anymore, I would be embarrassed to call myself that, given the overall state of the profession. Now, some journalists are great. Yes, friends of mine. I have much respect for them, but I'm about the individual and not just putting labels on a group. I don't wish to be associated with it because the majority of journalists in sports and everywhere else are dishonest people who think that it's more their job to push narratives, and they're upset because they can't do it anymore. They don't have that power anymore, because they don't matter anymore. But you got the guy up there taking a stand, and I'm not going to rank Alabama. Look, do I think it's right that they've got some booster judge that keeps extending the injunction? Oh, his lawyer can't meet today. 10 more days.
Yeah, we'll have to extend it out.
The Reeve from that movie, Nothing But Trouble.
Right.
Remember that's you don't
I
know
love
Chevy
that
Chase,
movie.
Demi.
That's
Dan
a dimer.
Aykroyd played like 4 different parts. That's a Ben Franklin for me.
Yeah, man.
Remember Mr. Bone Stripper?
Yeah.
The freaking death coaster. Remember that? I couldn't eat hot dogs for 5-10 years after I watched that movie. By the
Real
way,
stadium
it's
dogs. This is how I have mine. I suggest you do the same.
Sauerkraut was hanging all over. It was nasty. But anyway, so
talk about showing the range of
just,
John Candy, though. He didn't utter a damn word in that movie, and then stole the show.
No, it was outstanding in that movie. But so I just, I refuse to. It's not, they're so. Oh yeah, the Reeves. I'm sorry, I got off track thinking about it. I was like, how did I get to a Nothing But Trouble reference? It's the magistrate or the judge from Alabama. Do I think that's right? No, I don't. And I will tell you, I think that's crazy. But it's hard to sit there and are you punishing the schools that have European pro players on their roster too? No. And I looked up this guy's bio. He's a Michigan grad. He's got a lot of political stuff in his bio that makes me think, oh, yeah, you probably have a stereotypical viewpoint of the South. You probably push the narrative that the SEC is just a bunch of cheaters and now cheating is legal, blah, 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 and believe this. You probably buy it. And now you're going to try to take a stand against Alabama basketball like you matter that much. The
Right.
AP polls already are shredded as far as credibility goes. And guess where that credibility has been shredded mostly, Phil? It hadn't been in the South. It's been like that lady out on the West Coast or the dude up at the Cleveland Plain Dealer that openly hates the SEC and all that. I'm like, and then you go to, and then they call themselves journalists. Well, this is journalism. No, it's not.
No, that's not
There's
journalism.
no facts associated with that. You're an advocate. It's advocate. You're advocating, or you're protesting, or you're getting into justice and stuff with this.
Regurgitating news you heard in your own words is not journalism, and that's what we
Pat
get a lot of.
Pat McAfee probably went too far with it a little bit. But Pat McAfee said some very interesting things about sports journalists lately. So anyway, I just I got sidetracked with that little guy, but I just don't understand the narrative, man. You look at the facts, and then you look at the history, and the SEC didn't win it for years, didn't even play for it for years, and nobody was like, oh. And here's the thing too. One of those poll results, Nick Saban leaving Alabama did make an impact, because as I told everyone, when everybody was like, they're the next Alabama, it's like, there's not going to be a next Alabama. And that was before NIL and the portal kicked in. As hard as it was for Kurt Cignetti and Indiana to do what they did this year, that's very, very hard. It's even harder to sustain something like that for 17 years, even if you're at one of the most historically successful programs in America. That's hard, what Nick Saban did. It'll never be replicated. Never. Not for 17 years.
No,
we may have some mini runs here and there, but not for 17 years. And I get that there's a whole generation of people that don't understand that. They don't understand the nature of the sport. They just, Alabama. Yeah, they're the same people that sit there and, crow over and over again about top 5 recruiting classes. Well, and crap like that. And then Indiana winning now, there's this big explanation that's just because they're older, and we don't know that. Maybe it is. Everybody seems to be going older, including Shane Beamer in the portal. But Beamer mentioned being older during the season. So I got to give him credit for that. There was a team they played, and he was like, they're older. We like that. By the way, that was the subject of coffee this morning. So anyway, I'm just sick of this crap. I'm sick of the bull crap. I'm trying not to cuss today because it's terrible Tuesday. It's terrible enough as it is, Phil.
That's right. Without us having we might get fined by Deion Sanders by using foul language, by the way.
Is that one of his rules? I don't know, man. I think he's gonna fine his coaches if they cuss.
Well, see, that's is this going to be assessed equally across all levels of his program? I don't know. Looks like it's just players now.
I mean, you do stuff like that, you're opening yourself up for a lawsuit. Because if their contracts that they sign with Colorado, now if it's in the contract, it's in the contract. But if it's not, I don't think you can do it.
Yeah. Preston's I would be okay with that if there were collective bargaining. But until said time, as there is, no, you're not going to find me, buddy.
So, anyway. All right. We got some stuff in the ITG chat box. I had to get that off my chest today, folks.
Yeah,
I just think it's just the dumbness. I saw the poll today. I was like, I'm sick of this. And I started thinking back, and I'm like, we didn't used to think this way.
Didn't used to be that way.
And I guarantee you this, Phil. If Alabama, it's Alabama. It's Alabama getting the crap kicked out of them by Indiana. Because in people's mind, Alabama's still the best. That's the best team in the conference.
It's the flagship, right? Yeah.
Even though since 2021, Georgia hasn't won it every year. Georgia has been the best program for the last 5 years. Clearly. I know Alabama beat them in 23. I know Alabama's beat them a few times. Beat them this year in Athens, head to head. But Georgia's been the most consistently good. But seeing Alabama get their teeth kicked in by Indiana, That did it. And then Alabama not making it. So it's not. There's always been this jealousy toward Bama, and then people just lump the other 15 freaking teams in the SEC in with it.
Right. Yeah.
So if you hate Alabama, you just hate Alabama. You know, that's fine. It's okay to do that, but there's 15 other schools. And next year, after listening, by the way, listen to the Late Night Gamecock show. It's up on podcast. Be sure to check that out because they went through all the teams on the schedule. Alabama, as far as their roster next year, they're going to have some play. But dude, they lost a lot of dudes. It's going to be interesting. And this may be one of those things. South Carolina feels like they're due against them after the last 2 years. So that's going to be an interesting game. Anyway, go to D's Wings tonight. It's Taco Tuesday. Also, if you're going to the Whiteout, even if you're not going to the Whiteout, this stuff is fly. Gamecock Traditions has the white South Carolina stuff. It looks really, really good. Lots of compliments on it on X today. Follow at Gamecock Traditions and just see what they're talking about. You can pick those up at their brick and mortar stores out at the Village at Sand Hill in Northeast Columbia and also in Lexington. They're open today. They were closed yesterday. But you can always get it on GamecockTraditions.com. All across this big blue orb of ours that we live on. Terrible Tuesday rolls on after these messages.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
Looking for a new car? You need to think about a Kia.
If you're in the market for an SUV, consider the new Kia Telluride or the new Kia Sorento. They're big, they're strong, and loaded with tech for thousands less than Honda or Toyota. You'll see the difference right away, and you get double the warranty. Plus, you get the JT's Advantage million-mile warranty and about 1,000 other things you have to see to believe.
If you want the biggest bang for your buck, it's time to think about a new JT's Kia. We're serious about saving you money.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
2026 is the year of the Barn Dominium, and the Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home for your family. Make your dream a reality. Change your life today. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us. Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
And now back to the show.
Begging you to touch and know the highway to the danger zone, right into the danger zone, highway to the danger zone, right into the danger zone.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Terrible Tuesday edition here of the show, as we like to call it. Although Tuesday is the most loathsome day of the week. Not Monday, as some people would have you believe. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, Phil, you okay, buddy? Philip is coughing. Got some in his throat. That's happened to me a couple of times. Anyway, yeah, Monday's not as terrible as Tuesday is. Tuesday's just
talking
a
about
pointless,
Tuesday.
pointless day. Yeah, the ghost of Tuesday got in your throat. The spirit of Tuesday. TD Noel in the ITG Chat Box points out that a lot of talk about Jody Jenneret getting the Conway job. And TD Noel says North Myrtle Beach's head coach is going to be good. He likes the Jenneret hire at Conway. TD Noel also points out factually that 15 of the last 25 national champions have been from the SEC. Yeah, so if you want to count that, I mean, historically.
That's pretty good, isn't it? So that's
goodness gracious, Bill.
It's catching.
Now I'm coughing. Yeah, you can. So, like I had a little sinus twinge yesterday, and I was talking to Bradford. Bradford apparently had a sinus infection or sinus cold or something the other day. And I started thinking, like, dang it, Jamie gave that to me. I'm like, I'm 675 miles away. And I'm like sitting there thinking about I was just talking about how like the lunatic way you cover sports and stuff these days and lacks common sense. I was like, and I did that. That lacks all I've lost all touch with reality at that point, Phil.
That sounds like no, I'm not going to say that.
I need to go plant a tree or
an
something.
Inappropriate comment.
That's okay. Bruin says he's going to be a sad Bruin if a job opens in Sumter. I don't know what Bruin is referring to, but Bruin hears things. Ben says crazy that Michigan had 3 NFL head coaches on that staff in a 5-year period, and the best one might not even be Harbaugh. Yeah, that's true.
Right.
And yeah, Jim Harbaugh winning the championship. I thought he would. I thought they would at least be in the playoff. And he did it kind of the old-fashioned way. You know, they were not happy with him there for a while. You remember they lost to Carolina that year and in the Outback Bowl, and then they got to the playoff finally, and they lost to Georgia pretty bad. That game wasn't even close. And then that last year, he had the best team in the country. You know,
Yeah,
I think Georgia would have given him a game because they're physical, just like Alabama did.
Right.
But they were tough, and a kind of a throwback team too. But yeah, that's it. All right, this is an interesting topic I wanted to get to. Blake brings it up, aka Queen of the Cocks. Rivals.com gave Julian Walker his 5th star. They do. I had this written down. Ranked him number 15 overall in the country. Okay. So this guy's climbed because he was sitting at about, I don't know where he was with On 3 and Rivals, but he was sitting at about 200, 150, 150-ish by 24/7. We'll see if 24/7 moves him up. They don't always agree on everybody, but 24/7 had him at the Navy Bowl up at the top performers all week too. So I would be surprised if he was not a composite or consensus 5-star. So that brings another 5-star to Shane Beamer's program. Okay. It is a DN too, and that's good because your DNs and your offensive tackles, which is what they basically 3/5 of the 5-star Shane Beamer signed have been offensive tackle, defensive end. So that would be 5 now, Phil.
Yeah.
In Shane Beamer's tenure. That's the second one from in-state. There hasn't who'd they 5-stars they've missed out on in-state would be Amari Adams ended up being a 5-star.
Yeah.
And went to Clemson. Other than that, there hasn't been a lot of 5-stars in the state. Josiah Thompson obviously was a 5. So that's Nick Harbor, Dylan Stewart, Josiah Thompson, Darius Gray, who's incoming, and now Julian Walker, assuming 24/7 Sports doesn't overthink it like they did with Dylan Stewart when they were like, I don't know what his ceiling is. What?
Yeah,
ceiling. I still think he hadn't reached his ceiling. I think Dylan's got to get a lot better against the run, and there's things he needs to work on. So I definitely think there's a ceiling. For me, it was just the natural ability that he had. But I digress. So I don't think there's ever been a history just in the modern recruiting era where a head coach and his staff, Phil, have signed this many 5 stars. Now, 5 stars alone don't make your roster, right?
Right.
But
right.
it does go to show you what it does tell you is you're winning some battles against some good teams, because there's not a single 5-star out there that whatever school signs them doesn't have to hold off an absolute monster to get them. You know, even when the monsters are fighting the other monsters. Even Alabama had to hold off Georgia or Ohio State or Clemson at the time or whoever. So I think that shows you that as far as the pitch and the relationship building and what they're selling on the high school recruiting trail, I think that's working.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at it, of course, it has to work. Just because if you look at how many talented players Shane Beamer has been able to attract to South Carolina relative to, say, the last 3 or 4 years heading into his era and how this program was. I'm not saying it was bad under Will Muschamp. I will say it probably underperformed relative to the talent that was on the field, just because that was one of the biggest gripes is the team continues to put guys in the league, yet they're not getting into league results on the field. And South Carolina, being a mid-tier SEC school, is a good starting place, but it doesn't attract this kind of talent in this kind of volume, not just from within the state. You make a good point in that these guys are not all just coming from South Carolina as, you know, grown up under the shadow of Williams-Brice Stadium. They're coming from all over the place, especially
Julian
in the
Walker
DMV area. Yeah.
Yeah, Julian Walker didn't even grow up in South Carolina.
No, and he's a transplant, right? Yeah,
yeah. So that's 4 of the 5 that, you know, I mean, and you look at who they've beat, and they beat Oregon head-to-head for Nick Harbor. They beat Ohio State. So who was second for Dylan Stewart? Depends on who you talk to. Some say Miami, some say Ohio State, some say Georgia. He committed early, though, and never, ever wavered. Like, that dude's you kind of think about it, that dude's loyal, you know?
Yeah. He really is.
Because when he committed and then sat through a losing season, 5-7, then got here and then set the world on fire early on and had a really good freshman year. He comes back. They still won't call holding against him. He didn't have a ton of help on defense, although he had more than you think. And then he hurt his back, which is painful with a guy that bends like that and contorts his body. That's terrible. Every reason in the world to say, this isn't working out. Like tangible reasons. Maybe a fresh start would do good. He just sticks with it. His buddy, not his buddy. Sorry. Maybe that's telling you. His coach, Sterling Lucas, which was like, I'm here as long as Sterling's here. That's all we heard. He leaves, goes to LSU. Gosh, LSU needs defensive ends. Boy, they've got other players too. They're getting, you can go down there and star. Doesn't do it. Stays. Remains. It's like Independence Day. Negative. Target remains. Yeah. So I got to give that guy credit. He's been, just in terms of loyalty, which is kind of a lost art these days anywhere. And it's not just I like him because he's a Gamecock, you know.
Right.
That's not, I respect that. Hey, I respect CJ Spiller for staying at Clemson. It's turned into a job for him, right? He's
right.
Yeah,
so he's parlayed that.
Remember
right
when he
him?
was about to go to Florida, had just won a national championship, and Urban, they wanted him to transfer. And that would have been kind of a missing piece for them as well, because at the time they had these little tiny backs. They had like one big back that was okay, and then they had Chris Rainey and Jeff Demps. And that was perfectly fine because their battering ram was Tim Tebow. And Spiller wasn't that big either. But, boy, you added C.J. Spiller to that offense? My God.
Yeah.
Oh,
Four
Lord.
of South Carolina's top 10 historically, the highest ranked historic recruits are in Shane Beamer's era. That's across 4 different coaches.
That's pretty solid. Yeah.
It's
Jordan
really
Birch
solid.
was a 5-star. Jordan Birch and Zach Pickens were 5 stars, but they played for Beamer, though. So you could say Beamer's coached more 5 stars than anybody else. 5 stars on the front end, and really Gabriel Brownlow Dindy was a 5-star out of high school. So if you want to count him too, that's 6. That'll be on the roster next year.
Right.
6 former 5 stars will be
stars
on this roster next year. 6. Man,
Throwing
Carolina,
that blue chip around, man.
in the whole Spurrier era, we're talking composites before anybody says, I know Chris Culliver was a 5-star by Rivals.
Right.
Even Gilmore and Jeffrey were not, Alshon Jeffrey were not, they were great players. Stephon probably should have been. I think a lot of people, I was at ESPN at the time, and they didn't know, they thought he may be a safety. Stephon Gilmore was hard to project because he played high school quarterback, and he's built like a safety. And a lot of quarterbacks turn to safety. So you're safety, and I kind of bought into it because I got burnt by Eric Berry, who I thought was who actually was 5'11". I thought he was a corner, a high school quarterback, but he was a safety and an elite safety, both in Tennessee and the NFL. Elite.
Mm-hmm.
But Ellis Johnson knows better than me. He's forgotten more about football than anybody. Than anybody on this broadcast. And Stephon started at corner day one and didn't ever not start.
Right.
And ended up being a top 10 pick. And but those guys, my point was, those guys were not 5-star players. Mark Jadeveon Clowney was a 5-star, and Marcus Lattimore was a 5-star. I think that's it. Okay, Carolina's got 6.
6 on the
6. So man.
So it's now or never. No.
Yeah.
So we got a little backfire, right? Yeah. Sorry.
We got a little musical guest. Yeah, it could backfire.
Mm-hmm.
It could definitely backfire. But yeah. So if Julian Walker ends up being a 5, then that's another highly rated recruit. The 5th out of high school, 6th overall. Blake says, "Can you say blue chip ratio?" I don't know. The blue chip ratio is going to matter after what Indiana did. So Indiana had 7 blue chip prospects. That's 4 and 5 stars overall,
right,
on their roster. South Carolina's got 6 5 stars. I don't think it matters.
No,
because I think Lenore Sellers is as 5-star as 5-star could get, but he was like a low 4, high 3 coming out.
Yeah.
Hey, Nick Imewore, that's a 5-star prospect.
Right,
and
exactly. Yeah,
could have been out of high school had the pandemic not hit, and then Carolina just kind of scooped him up. Krager says it's the best Carolina's ever recruited. Jocko says Kiffin knew if he brought Sterling Lucas to LSU, they would get Dylan Syke. The guy loves it here. And that's it. So Krager mentions Eric Berry was a monster. Yes, he was. Yes, he was, Brett. Yes, he was. We have some early Super Bowl odds for next year's Super Bowl, Phil. The Commanders are listed. So are the Falcons and Panthers. I know everybody likes the Panthers. Bears are on there, a little lower. Not even the highest, not even the best odds in their division. Not even second best odds in their division.
That's interesting. I was impressed with what Ben Johnson was able to put together in his first season. I was not expecting that.
I kind of expected Caleb Williams to struggle with the system a little bit. Even some of the bloggers up here were like, because they got a backup they like named Tyler Bagnett. And they were like, Ben Johnson's not going to mess around with Caleb. He's going to bench him, and Tyler Bagnett will be the starter. I don't know about that. Caleb had a magical year. I was surprised Caleb was as clutch as he was, but he was. You can't deny that.
No, I mean, good at the off schedule stuff, which can be, difference making.
Very difference making. So anyway, but we'll wait and see what 24/7 Sports has Julian Walker ranked, and that's a good thing for the Gamecocks from a PR standpoint. We'll see what Julian can do when he gets to campus. But yeah, you always want to get 5-star talent if you can. As Indiana showed us, not the end-all be-all anymore, right? But it is when you talk about potential and projection and stuff, it is kind of historic, and nobody's ever recruited like this in South Carolina on paper. All righty, we'll be back, and we got something kind of cool on the other side teed up for you. It's a musical guest.
I love the premise.
I hope you enjoy it. I hope you'll enjoy it. We'll be back on the show, second hour after this.
Coffee, weekday mornings with JC Sherbert. Watch or listen on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube page, available on Apple and Spotify.
When you buy and sell your sports and fitness gear at Play It Again Sports, you support a local business. We pay our customers for their quality used sports and fitness gear and resell it, recycling it back into your community. Support local, score savings.
So, Mason, what do you focus on in the law? My answer to that is I'm a personal injury lawyer. I like to help people that are injured as a result of somebody else's negligence or in a workers' compensation matter get back to normal. That's where my passion is. But what I want everyone out there to understand is more important to me is that I'm your trusted resource for any problem that you may have.
Visit westlawfirmsc.com.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for game day.
"2026 is the year of the Barn-Dominium, and the Barn-Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home for your family. Make your dream a reality. Change your life today. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
Oh man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the 4-Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
And now, the show goes on.
In 1980, a pizza parlor in small-town America switched on a band that would change rock and roll forever.
They're just here to entertain kids while the pie's cool. That's it.
They became the most popular animatronic band in the world.
Hello, Cleveland!
And just when it seemed like they couldn't be stopped, the price of fame brought an end to the music.
The Rockafire Explosion's Billy Bob Broccoli was arrested today in Tuscaloosa on drug charges.
Tuscaloosa.
You can't keep doing this!
I'm fine, Mitzi. Leave me alone. You're completely out of sync.
We are literally falling apart.
I let him down.
Then came their one shot to pull it all back together.
Maybe I can make it right.
This summer, the Rockafire Explosion, the true story of the band that couldn't be programmed.
I love that.
I saw this today, early this morning, and said,
When you said that to me, I'm like, "Oh,
God.
this is so good.
This is wonderful." I mean, I'm not a Chuck E. Cheese fan. I'm a Showbiz kid, right? They had
right.
Showbiz in Greenville. They didn't have anything like that in Spartanburg. We had Mr. Gaddy's. There was no animatronic band at Mr. Gaddy's.
No.
But there was at Showbiz Pizza in Greenville, right there next to the mall, where the I think there's an O'Charlie's there now or something. I don't know.
Well, it is currently a Chuck E. Cheese.
It is a Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, because Chuck E. Cheese bought out Showbiz.
Yeah.
I don't like Chuck E. Cheese. But Showbiz, dude, it was a little more classy, a little bit more, kind of Disney-esque, and I like the characters better. And the Rockafire Explosion still lives on.
Oh,
in
yeah.
all of our hearts. And I'll never forget it. And I saw this today, and there's a He-Man movie coming out.
I saw that.
It's interesting. I like nostalgia a little bit, but this got me going more than the He-Man movie. Now, this is obviously AI generated.
Unfortunately, this has not been greenlit.
I mean, look at the picture here on the screen. Look at that station wagon with the wood paneling.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Who our age did not, or did not know someone that had a station wagon with wood paneling?
Yeah.
I mean,
I've ridden in the back of them, and they weren't mine. That's
honestly, I wish they
that
still made those.
Stranger Things phenomenon, right? Because it's just like it taps into and this final season really has. Like, I'm about halfway through it, and there are so many little Easter eggs that just make your heart all warm.
Yeah,
watching that.
We're
It's
getting
like,
older,
man. I know.
I was thinking today, I went into deep thought about like 2026. I was a bicentennial baby, so I turned 50 this year in December. So I got a ways to go. But it's also 86 was the first year I followed Carolina football. So it's like 40 calendar years now.
Yeah, man.
It'll be 40 years when this season started. I think we've already done 40 seasons, but I think 40, it's been 40 years. So I started thinking, I was like, man, that's a long time. And it seems like yesterday. And I think stuff like this, the downside to it is sometimes I just sit there, and really this started happening, Phil, like the last maybe since the pandemic, maybe a little less. Like, I used to look at it and be like, well, it sucked back then. There was no internet, blah, 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 hard to communicate. But now I look back on it and they're like, would you like to go back to 1995? Yes, I would.
Yes, please.
Absolutely.
That's right.
I will do. They get the generated pictures of like the mall back then. And you can just smell the Drakkar Noir and obsession for men on everybody. Whatever the chicks wore back then.
It's one
The
of the
mall
things that I
hair.
will give Greenville though is like we still have a mall. Like the
Yeah.
Haywood Mall is still going strong. It is, not like half empty either. It's 90% capacity. So it's nice. It's nice. The only thing we lost was Sears. And of course, once a year they turn that into a Halloween Express.
For real, they actually do that?
Oh yeah. It's like
Halloween
the past
Express.
4 years, ever since Sears has been gone, Halloween Express comes in.
I wanted this transformer really bad, Soundwave and Buzzsaw, the jam box. And they never had it because I think the time I was in a
Oh, did we lose you permanently, or is that just
are
me?
we back?
Okay, good. Yeah, we're back. We're back. I thought that was me.
No, I'm back now. So the time I was into Transformers, they were super popular. Everybody was completely sold out, especially that one. So my mom and I are at Kmart one day, and I see it, and she forgot her checkbook. That's back when you could write a check at Kmart, right?
That's right.
And so she didn't have enough cash on her, and there were no ATMs or anything. So she was like, "Oh gosh, come back and get it." So we came right back and got it. It was gone. But my mom, I remember, we ordered it out of the catalog at Sears. Had to wait 17 days. And then it came in and I had my toy. So I'll always have fond memories of Sears. Do you know that in my dating life, between my first wife and second wife, I actually dated 2 women in different states whose dads worked at Sears as a career.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
One in Tennessee, one in South Carolina. Both of them. Dads worked at Sears. I was like, well, there's more for your life there, but there's not enough for my life here. So I'm out.
I'm out.
I'm out. If I need a dishwasher, I'll call you.
That's right. That's right. I'm looking for a deal on a dishwasher. Incidentally,
Blake's nanny retired from Sears, worked at 2 decades at the one at Westgate. Yeah, that's where I got my toy that time. The Sears back at Westgate.
That's funny.
Ben still wears Drakkar Noir. Hell, I do too.
Hey, hold on. Yeah, listen, don't give it up. If it was good then, it's good now.
Paul McJunkin has entered the chat. Oh, let me answer this real quick. Well, just to finish up with Julian Walker. Yes, he is an early enrollee.
Yeah,
he is early. McJunkin has entered the chat, Phil. He started at Godiva in 91, went to Diamond Show Club in 96, Greenville Staples there. Went to Trophy Club in 98 to 01. My brother used to go to Trophy Club. That was over by the airport, right?
Mm-hmm.
Spent 10 years working in strip clubs. The stories I could tell you. Used to ride. Oh, yeah. Oh, he worked there.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I'm sitting here like, wait a minute. He says he worked. Yeah, that's
McJunkin is a adult entertainment professional.
Yes.
Awesome. And then he's got another banger. Used to ride to school in my dad's 77 Country Squire wagon. He was a painter, called it the paint wagon. Yeah, a lot of painters drove those. Painters, plumbers, guys like that. Blake recommends Netflix, His and Hers. Sounds like a chick flick, but it's not as it seems. Murder mystery kind of thing.
Actually,
that's a lot. My wife would dig that probably.
Yeah, she my wife watched that over the weekend, and I caught about half of it. It is good. It's good.
Oh, it is good. I have to check that out. Hell Rooster says everyone lost Sears. Yes, we all did.
That's right.
Everyone. Oh, goodness. Krager's granddad worked in management for Sears for 34 years. Man, you're coming out of the woodwork now. I think it was because of that transformer while all these people in my life are connected to Sears somehow.
It was like that was some sort of, like turning point. Influential, like, I don't know what you call it, but yeah, I don't know.
It just was just one of those things. All right. So on to bigger and better things now that we've had our nostalgia fix. Our shows are I always feel better when we have the nostalgia fix.
Yeah, there's a little piece.
Whether it's a VHS dates or the Rock-afire explosion or something like that. So
taps into a simpler time for which we all crave right now, whether or not we lived it or not.
So I mentioned this. I will go through this briefly since it's inside the Gamecocks, not inside the NFL. Although I remember inside the NFL.
Inside the NFL, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Was that HBO or was that the Showtime one?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I can't remember.
I know the NFL Today was CBS.
Yeah.
It's Jimmy. I remember Jimmy the Greek.
Jimmy the Greek.
Boy, oh boy. He got canceled before when nobody was getting canceled.
That's right. Yeah.
That dude. Wow.
Pioneer.
So I get this. It's from betonline.ag, Jimmy Shapiro, who sounds like Jimmy the Greek.
Speaking of Jimmy the Greek,
Jimmy,
let's talk
speaking
some
of Jimmy the
betting
Greek,
odds.
Jimmy Shapiro sent me this email. The Buffalo Bills hired Joe Brady. I don't know that Panther fans. I know we got a bunch of them. Oh, it was HBO, Lynn Dawson. Chaco
Yeah,
said.
thank you, Chaco.
I know we got a bunch of Panthers fans. Has Joe Brady done anything to impress anybody? I mean, the Bills were pretty good on offense before he took over. Since LSU, when he just kind of helped Steve Ensminger call the. I mean, I know he's up for all these jobs, but I mean, now he's the head coach. They just decided, well, McDermott's the problem, and Joe Brady, right? Ben says he wasn't the problem in Carolina. Matt Rule is a buffoon, which makes me think too, Dana Holgorsen didn't have all that great of a year at Nebraska. It's not like I thought they were. And they lost their quarterback. Maybe Matt Rule is a buffoon. I mean, there's some
I thought
proof
you were about
there.
to say maybe Holgerson's about to go to Buffalo to run Joe Brady's offense.
So
Wouldn't that
Panther
be
fans
fun?
said Joe's a solid OC. So maybe he'll go. Well, anyway, this email from Jimmy Shapiro, the Bills have the best odds to make the Super Bowl next year. 9-1. After that, we have the Rams, Seahawks, 10-1. We have the Eagles, 12-1. That's not too bad, right? Not too bad there with the Eagles. Detroit Lions, Green Bay Packers, Kansas City Chiefs, New England Patriots, all 14-1. Baltimore Ravens, who also kind of promoted from within. Jesse Minter used to be there. You know that those of you that were around in 04, Strick played for that team. Rick Minter was the defensive coordinator at South Carolina for a year under Holtz. And that's his dad. Jesse is his son. So there is a Gamecock connection to whoever got the Ravens job there, but they're at 16-1. Along with the 49ers and Chargers. Jags, 18-1. The Chicago Bears, Denver Broncos, Houston Texans, 20-1. Bengals, 22-1. Interesting. After that, Dallas Cowboys, Tampa Bay, 33-1. Indianapolis, 40-1. The New York Football Giants and Phil's Washington Commanders / Redskins, 45-1. This next little batch may disturb some of you. The Panthers are 50-1. Vikings 50-1. Steelers 50-1. Falcons, who I don't understand why they hire the people they do, 60-1. We got the Browns, we got the Saints, we got the Titans at 100-1. Bringing up the rear, the Jets, Dolphins, Raiders, and Cardinals 150-1. I don't know, man. I'll probably put some money on the Bears. I put $5 on the Bears last year after the Super Bowl, and I think it was they were like I would have won like 300 and something bucks or 60-1.
Wow.
So anyway, yeah. Apparently Brady wants Raheem Morris as his DC. That would be a home run hire. Yeah, as a defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
You can't let Raheem Morris anywhere near being the head coach.
No.
But inside the NFL, Dan Marino was on it for a couple of years. So, yeah. So that should be good. Brady's still riding the success he had with Burrow. He's done nothing, in my opinion. TD Knoll has a contrary opinion about Joe Brady. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I think he got a ton of credit for LSU because that one year they were spectacular.
Yeah.
But if you take a closer look at when they put eyes on the booth, he was standing there with his binoculars kind of calling things out, and it was Ensminger who was calling it and charting it and stuff. So they worked together as a team. I always thought that could be a good thing to do. In fact, when they fired Shula this past year, I thought you could have Elliott sitting there kind of like Spurrier, Furries. I don't know, something. That didn't happen, though. So, anywho, that's the NFL thing. I find it interesting that the Bills are, the number one mean, I guess I kind of felt like they would make a run this year because it feels like it's just time, but aren't they moving into their new stadium? They're moving their new stadium next year, aren't they?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this is the last
year. It is
year.
still no, they didn't chicken out.
No,
in Buffalo.
It's still open air. I mean, it's
still
covered like for a bit.
It's covered a little more,
and
but
with more heat available, I'm sure.
Bears are building a dome, which I think could end up being stupid at the end of the day. But I mean, everybody else, Green Bay is the only ones that play outside. So anyway, I don't know. Brady, so anyway. Oh, the Bill Stadium caught fire, Hill Rooster says.
That's a stadium.
They call Resto Pros of the Midlands.
That's right. That's right.
This building is on fire. So anyway, Panthers at 50-1. I don't know. Panthers, because in the NFL too, how they do it is if you have a good year, your schedule is harder the next year.
Right.
Or you're playing teams that were good the previous year. So the Bears schedule is going to get harder. The Panthers schedule will get harder. That kind of thing. So we'll see kind of how it goes. Eli Ellis, we'll talk a little basketball here. He's supposed to be back on Wednesday. And let me just ask this. So I'm going to complain. I know I've complained a little bit today. I'm going to complain about something else. I'm going to complain about the SEC. All right. So in the SEC, you have two time zones. You have the Eastern time zone, and then you have the Central time zone, Phil, right? So in the Eastern time zone is Kentucky, Tennessee, South Cac, Florida, and Georgia. That's how many teams? 5?
5.
The other 11 are in the Central time zone, right? So tell me why the geniuses in Birmingham, when they're filling out the basketball schedule, are having South Carolina and Florida tip at 9:00 at night on a Wednesday.
That does not make any sense.
None.
That should be a 6 o'clock tip or 7 o'clock tip, rather. Yeah.
I don't know. I'll ask the people out there, like, do you like the 9:00 home basketball games? I know probably people from around the state don't, because I think that's a late night getting home if you have to work the next day.
Yeah, no doubt.
But in Columbia, do you like them? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I in football, I don't mind an 8:00 kick, it's for certain games, but it's on a Saturday. You can kind of sleep in the next day.
Well, it's interesting. There are 4 games tomorrow, JC, in the SEC. Mississippi State at LSU, Tennessee at Georgia, Texas at Auburn. So 2 of those are exclusively Central time zone games.
Yeah.
And then there's Florida at South Carolina. All 3 of the other games begin at 7 o'clock.
Yeah. And this one's at 9.
9.
And it's 2 Eastern time zone teams. I don't understand. I think that's just crazy. The women tip now. Auburn's just over the line of the Central time zone, but they go to Auburn Thursday. They're playing at 9:00. I'm like, you're out of your damn mind doing this. And you've got 13 other schools in the league that are in that 8:00 is not so bad, right? And you're going to make Florida and South Carolina tip at 9. And this has been going on for a long time. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. And I don't know if it's TV maybe saying, hey, we want the good, whether it's based on, because basketball television schedules are not week to week. They just set them at the beginning of the season. I don't know if maybe they're just like, well, we want these teams in this spot. Well, that sucks too, because again, TV's already done. And I love TV. I love the fact everything. I mean, look, we're on a video right now. We're on
we're on TV right now, right?
I'm like, I'm not hating on the technology or the fact everything's televised. I love that. That's awesome. But we already have these conferences that are spread out all over the country now because of it. We've already got, the time commitment to competing in games as a student athletes has grown exponentially because everybody's zigzagging everywhere, going through airports and all that stuff. And we've already all done that and sacrificed that at the altar of television. Why do we need to make fans who we continue to spit on and we continue to just say, shut up and pay me to shut up, pay me, shut up, pay me, shut up, pay me, shut up, watch this TV, shut up, make my rankings go up, make my ratings go up so I can make money. Right? We've already done all that. And now we're just going to make everybody in the Eastern time zone play at 9:00 at night on a Wednesday. It's bad enough as it is. And the SEC, it's not so bad, but man, I mean, you're also talking about they don't think anything of it to make a team from out yonder, on the East go all the way to Austin, Texas on a Tuesday night. Right?
Yeah.
They play.
I was wondering, what is it that, there's nothing on the main network college wise. So I was like, well, I wonder what's on the main network. And I'm like, yes, the NBA on ESPN.
Stream it, dude, or something.
Right.
I mean,
it doesn't matter.
It's kind of nuts. So I don't like that at all. But Eli Ellis is going to be back. I mean, Phil, do you think that matters? I mean, Florida's awfully good, number one, and then number two, they're coming off taking an L at home to what's becoming a very inconsistent Auburn team, but they lost in Gainesville. To Auburn, 76-67.
Well, you like to have your most talented players available, right? And I don't think anybody would argue that Eli Ellis has talent. Will it matter? I don't know. I mean, he can't defend in the post, JC. So, I mean, that's going to be a problem against this Florida team because
they're big.
They will get down there and play big because they have good big players. So I don't know. Will it matter? Yeah, I like him. He's very aggressive. It might give the opportunity for somebody else to run point as opposed to Michi when give him a little break. But there again, if Michi could play 40 minutes, you want Michi to play 40 minutes because he's your best player right now. He's the most productive over the past couple of games. I mean, yeah. So will it matter? I don't know. It all depends.
That's kind of like the next two are at home, and LSU is going to come in looking for revenge. But
yeah,
it's a lot like last year's team, unfortunately, as far as results go. In that this team does play better at home. I mean, they played pretty doggone well against Georgia at home. Let it slip away at the end because they couldn't shoot. They beat Oklahoma. The Vanderbilt game, Vanderbilt just came in on, that was a different story. So the three SEC games at home, they've been somewhat competitive and really competitive if you don't count Vandy. So I don't know. They nearly beat Florida last year. Actually should have had that game, really. But there's no Colin Murray Boyles this year. No. This group's a little different, but
and specific to Eli, you're getting a shooter back on the court who did not have a bad night, like an epically bad night last, over the weekend. He's coming in fresh, thinking he can still hit the ball. He can still hit the basket. So we'll see how that goes. I mean, from a mental standpoint, maybe it's good to have somebody who's kind of fresh off of a 3-game, sit down. We'll see how he's feeling though. Coming on, an ankle is tough, because you're constantly using it in this game.
Ruben Chinilu, Chinilu, Chinlu. Ben in the chat box says 35 and 15. Yeah, he's a monster.
Yeah, I mean,
a absolute monster. Started his career at Washington State.
Oh, really? I realized he was a transfer
2 years ago. It's a transfer, but you gotta find those big guys, man. So anyway, that's happening tomorrow, 9:00. If you could stay up, watch it. Krager hates it. Krager's like 9:00 SMFH. Robert says I don't like playing at 9.
No.
So yeah, it's not that good. Not that good at all. So yeah, I have it written down on my notes here. 9 p.m. sucks. Like 12 sucks for the college football playoff. 9 p.m. tip-offs suck. And it's 8 my time. I don't even know why I'm personally complaining. I hate it for all you guys. I mean, 9:00, man, you can't even go eat Like you may as well take Thursday off and just get drunk. Like just go to the bar.
That's right. Just go drink.
Like go to happy hour, have you a burger, and then just raw dog it all the way through, beers and all. Get you a hotel room in the Vista, pass out, make some bad decisions on a Wednesday night. I mean, good, because literally, like, let's say you eat dinner at 6 at home. What are you going to do for 2 hours? You got 2 hours to kill before, if you're an army, before you make your way down to the, what are you doing at that time?
It makes zero sense.
I mean, I just don't. And it's the same way when they tipped off games at 5 in the non-conference. It's like, well, or 6 is not good either. 7's kind of the right time. 7:30 is the right time for weekday games. Because at 6, if you get off at 5 and you roll up to Irmo or out to the Northeast or wherever, then you got to get back on the highway and go through traffic and fight your way back down. I mean, that you don't have time to eat. So you're grabbing a hot dog, going and seeing TK Oriental.
That's right,
man. Do you know he's Thai?
Is he really?
You know Sam's Thai?
I did not know.
I've researched that. I've never met him, but once, but not with Nat. But we come down this summer. I'm going to try to make it a point to meet him.
Yeah,
because she will look at him and go, "Smitty Cop." It's hello in Thai. Smitty Cop. Sweaty cup.
Sweaty cup.
Sweaty cup.
I thought it was sweaty cop.
I had one of them when I played Pee Wee baseball. Sweaty cup. My dad got me one of those things. What's this for? Well, in case you catch a ground ball somewhere you don't want it to.
Where you don't want it.
So, anyway. All right, final break. Gotta get the final break in here on Terrible Tuesday on the show. Gonna talk a little recruiting when we get back. We told you about Trey Segarra setting his official visit and the other stud running back in the state. It's not wide open Wednesday, so my boy Roger from Woodruff can't give us an update, but Aiden Gibson has set an official visit to South Carolina.
Oh, nice.
There's an intriguing tight end out of the Houston, Texas area, the Woodlands actually, visiting this weekend. I kind of like him. He's big, looks good. Although the two tight ends they've gotten out of Texas and in the Beamer era have not, Reed McKeska and Austin Stogner, have not panned out. No. But this is a guy that's visiting this weekend. Let's talk about that. Somebody wants to talk about Diego Pavia. I didn't think Diego Pavia was going to play NFL football anyway, so I don't know why everybody's giving him crap for being 5'9". It's probably because he acted like an asshole this year. Damn it, I cussed. Wasn't trying to do it. So every mentor I've ever had, my parents, my mom, everybody, my wife, if you're going to act like that, you better be great.
Right.
Because if you're not, everybody's going to, when you have a moment of weakness or something like that, people are going to rejoice.
They're coming at you.
Treat people the right way. He got too full of himself. I think after he sued the NCAA and won, he thought he was indestructible.
Right. As if that were some sort of feat.
The
NCAA's been taking L's in courtrooms for decades, buddy.
Maybe he's Doug Flutie and Kyler Murray. Who knows? I mean, I don't want to count him out as a player. I love him as a player, but he took it too far this year.
Yeah,
he took it way too far. Him and unfunny Theo Vaughn and sort of funny Nick, all the Vandy fans that came out of the woodwork took it a little too far.
I wonder how long they're going to hang on next year.
Well, they returned the least amount of starting snaps on the offensive line.
I saw that.
The least. And they're going to have a new quarterback. Is it going to be Jared Curtis? Rob Williams. Rob Williams has had two beautiful takes on SEC Sunday Night recently. Number one, not sold on Jared Curtis. I'm not sold on him as a first-year starter because he played dog crap competition. And he does some things that are like woo-whoa, but you know what? I look like Michael Jordan out there in church basketball playing against bad players when I was in high school. Do I think he can be good? Yes. Do I think it was a huge win for Vandy? Yes. Would he have been a 5-star at the back end? Maybe for me. Okay. I'd have to see him in person to really solidify that. So I agree with that. And then number 2, he adopted what I've been saying about transfer portal rankings. They don't matter, number 1. And then number 2, they're unfortunate. He was talking about how LSU fans now, because they had the number 1 portal class for the 2nd straight year.
Right.
That's going to shoot expectations through the roof. Yeah. It's through the roof. Lane Kiffin. That's another game. Speaking of treating people the right way, Lane Kiffin better not lose. That's all you got to say. Some of these coaches, you just look at them, shake your head, and you better not lose. Mad respect. Yeah, Bobby's antics after the Heisman. Harrison points out final nail.
It all culminated to that, and that was just the worst look ever.
Yeah, dude. What? I mean, look. Say what you want. Voters in college football, yeah. Mike Morgan notwithstanding, because Mike's a Heisman voter.
True.
All of them leave a lot to be desired, so I get that. But don't show your butt. Respect the game a little more than that. If you hadn't fumbled against Alabama, kid, twice, and thrown a pick, turnovers against Alabama by you, your team would have been in the playoff.
That's right.
So, anyway. Oh, thanks to all our sponsors, including Resto Pro, the Barndo Co., JT's Kia, all those great people. Again, if you're going to stay up and go to the game, you're going to take a 5-hour energy around 6 o'clock and go to the game. Head to Gamecock Traditions, get your white out Gamecock gear, because it is a white out this weekend. Baseball team scrimmaging the next 3 days. I'll have those times for you when we get back for the final segment of the show after this.
The story of Game Day Nuts is a simple one, really. One summer day on the coast of North Carolina, Tommy and Russ were on the beach enjoying the warm ocean breeze, talking about the upcoming college football season and eating that quintessential Southern treat, fresh boiled peanuts. But time and time again, as they cracked open the boiled peanuts, either the shells they were opening were empty or the peanuts inside the shells were getting stuck. They thought to themselves, there has to be a better way to enjoy the Southern treat. And with that, they set out to solve the problem, and Game Day Nuts was born.
Get the shell out of here. Visit GameDayNuts.net and change your boiled peanut experience forever.
New year, better floors. Now is the time. Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution. Beautiful like new floors in just 1 day. No dust, affordable, and 5 stars. Give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Gamecock Traditions is your one-stop shop for all things South Carolina. From apparel to tailgating, children's clothing to kitchenware, jewelry, or even gift cards. If it exists at Gamecock Traditions. Ship it to your home via GamecockTraditions.com or go see our friends in Lexington. Gamecock Traditions, a family tradition. Go Gamecocks.
Sell your quality sports and fitness equipment to Play It Again Sports and get paid. Recycling your in-demand sports gear keeps it available in your community. Sell, buy, trade, and win with Play It Again Sports.
I know you're with it. I'ma send it straight to Swat.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off final segment of a terrible Tuesday that we've turned around as we usually do. Don't feel quite so bad about the day as I did when I fired things up here at about 10 o'clock this morning for the morning show.
Good.
Yeah. Not too bad at all. Mm-hmm.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, baseball scrimmages. They're scrimmaging today, and all these are free and open to the public, by the way, at Founders Park. 3-inning scrimmage starting at 4. At least it's not 9 o'clock. What if the baseball team first pitch was 9?
Well, you got to test out the
SEC
lights at
Network.
Founders. You got
tomorrow, 4-inning scrimmage at 4, and Thursday, another 4-inning scrimmage at 4. Baseball opens their scrimmages to the public, unlike other sports. I guess there's not as much strategery that goes on in baseball.
Yeah.
It just kind of is what it is. So anyway, that's the deal there. Also, I'm glad JB mentioned Marcellus Dial, because I mentioned this too today. We've been talking about the South Carolina players that were in the Super Bowl, and Ernest, both sides. Marcellus Dial is still with the Patriots. He tore his ACL in preseason camp and is on IR, but he still gets a ring. I mean, Nick Muse got a ring with the Eagles last year. He was on the practice squad, so I think. So there's that. Jake Sneed from John Cooper School in the Woodlands. It's a very ritzy suburb. It's the nice part of Houston.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, the Woodlands is very nice. It's massive too. 6'6", 235, good athlete, can jump up and get the ball. Offer list right now, Georgia State's in there, Jacksonville State, not a lot of big offers, but certainly if he checks out at 6'6", 235 and can run like he looks like he can on film, competition again, I think that could be a guy to watch. He's visiting this weekend along with some other guys Hale told you about during the morning show. Mm-hmm. So there's that. And we'll see how things develop there. These juniors are going to start rolling in through the campus here for the rest of this month, and they'll start it back up again during spring. So we'll see how all that goes. Yeah, Diego Pavia, 5'9" and 7/8, 198 pounds. And Matt makes a good point. He's like, didn't everyone already know Pavia was short? Yeah. What they're getting him on is Vandy listed him at 6 feet. Like if you're 5'10" and a half in cleats give you about 1.5 inches. Okay. So you can be listed at 6 feet. But if you're 5'9" and 7'8", you're not 6 foot with cleats. So
no.
And after you show your butt, your bahunkus, everybody's gonna call you on it.
Right. I mean, only
like
stands
Jeremy.
to reason that they're going to assail you from any possible, vulnerability you have when you go around talking that much crap.
Yes. He's like Jeremy Renner's character in The Town. Little Man Syndrome. I love that movie, The Town, by the way. That's a good movie. Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. Jamie told me to watch the Rip.
Mm.
That movie, it has kind of a surprise twist to it, but it was just good to see those two on camera together again. From back in the day, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. It was a good movie. I enjoyed it. It's one of the first movies I've watched in a while where I've been like movies, not TV shows. But anyway, The Town was one
twist is getting overused. I'm getting a little tired of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
They need to make more movies like. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, even when you don't really see it coming, it just seems now trite to have a surprise twist at the end of a limited series or a movie. It's like, oh, well, yeah, look at that. What do you know? Well, that's interesting. Yeah, you're right. Nobody saw that coming.
Good job, M. Night Shyamalan.
Wow, that's right. Yeah, man. Woo! You really stretch your creative.
I stopped watching M. Night Shyamalan's movies because I was like, I'm wasting my time sitting through the first hour and 55 minutes because the entire story is going to unfold in the last 4 minutes.
The
Sixth Sense was
50
fine.
minutes of exposition, and then you get a
Like in
twist
that movie, what was it, The Village or whatever, where they were like,
oh god,
it was
yeah.
like, and then, oh, that's a shocker. There's a modern car that, oh, I didn't see that one coming. So anyway, Jimmy says to watch Landman. I'm already way in front of you on that, brother.
Yeah,
I'm just sad that another season's over. I love that.
I'm still in season 1. I can't get through season 1.
There are good shows that I've started watching, and they're good, and I'm into them, and I just lose track.
Yeah, it's like I've got.
It's weird.
And then there's the bandwidth part, right? It's like, oh crap, oh, there's a basketball game on tonight. I need to watch that. Oh wait, hold on now. Now I've got to take my kid to basketball practice. Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, TD Null, that's fake news that Billy Bob's going to be out of Landman.
Yeah,
on the just the opposite. There's a lot more storylines that are now going to be written based on a plot twist at the end of that season. So I'm not going to spoil it for Philip there. But yeah, it's the M. Night Shyamalan movies is kind of crazy. But the Town was really good. But that's who Diego Pavia reminds me of, Jeremy Renner's character in The Town.
Yeah.
Little angry guy. Good at what he does, but kind of angry. So I don't know. But yeah, the surprise endings and stuff, that we need more movies like There Will Be Blood. I was trying to explain. My wife, she doesn't have a short attention span, but she ain't going to sit there and sit through a movie like There Will Be Blood. Because her philosophy on movies is, I don't want to have to think. I'm like, I don't really blame you. That's why I don't like Shakespeare.
Right.
I mean, the extent of if you speak my language in a manner which I can understand, I will think about the story you are trying to tell. That you tell it to me in iambic pentameter, I don't give a flip about any of it. I was in 2 Shakespeare plays in college. I was in Much Ado About Nothing and Midsummer Night's Dream. 2 comedies. Should be easy, right? I hated every minute of it. I hated saying it. I hate reading it. The stories are decent, I guess. I understand why he's important, but I hate it. So anyway, my wife's not going to sit through There Will Be Blood. So I was trying to explain it to her the other day. I was like, all right, so every character in the movie is a bad person.
Everybody's a bad person.
The only 2 characters that have any redeeming value at all, one of them lost their hearing as a child, and they hang out with all these people. Right. He's a good person. And the other one is the simple-minded father that gets taken for everything he's ever worked for in his life. And that wasn't much. Whose son beats him up. The whole rest of the movie is about a conflict between a bad, evil, demented person that doesn't believe in God against a bad, evil, demented person that pretends to believe in God. And one of them murders the other, and the movie just ends. And it won an Oscar. And I love the movie. I thought it was great. I don't like
plot twist. It doesn't need to, surprise ending. You don't need.
I don't like Wes Anderson movies, but Paul Thomas Anderson movies, every one of them, from Magnolia to Boogie Nights, all of those. I love that. Those are. I mean, he's a really talented movie maker. And Daniel Day-Lewis with Daniel playing, I mean, that was an unbelievable acting job. But I was trying to explain it here, and so there's no surprise ending, and There Will Be Blood. Oh, yeah. I knew eventually one of them was going to kill the other one. And the movie just ends.
That's right. I don't mind.
After he's alienated.
I mean,
realism.
Right. Yeah, you don't have to try so hard. Why are you coming on so heavy?
It's brutal realism, and you could kind of compare it to Carolina football a bit. There's not bad people and evil people associated with Carolina football, obviously.
Little different,
but you can kind of compare like the feel of the story, like it's just rugged realism. That's what Carolina football fans face. Well, guess what? We may have struck oil here, like all these 5 stars, right? but some bad stuff's going to happen. Inevitably. And it's probably not going to end well. It's probably not going to end well.
Somebody's going to probably die.
TD asked if we've seen the new Avatar movie.
I haven't. I tried to.
I have not seen one.
Have you seen the third Avatar? And my wife's like, "There's 3 avatars." And I said, "Yeah,
yeah."
The third Avatar. I watched the first one. I did not see the second or third.
Yeah. So there's a third.
I mean,
that's the name of today's
brilliant.
show.
Yeah.
A third Avatar. That's
a third
Avatar. I'm always looking for those.
Has
Jimmy
James
says
Cameron done
BYU would be
these Avatar? I'm sorry, you're going on. Yeah, we got to
who? James Cameron.
Cameron is
he's going to the bottom of the. Well, he's going to the bottom of the ocean the right way.
Well, that's true.
Unlike the Ocean Gate sub people.
Listen, if
he called them out.
If you're going to the bottom of the ocean and Bob Ballard is not on the boat, you need to get off the sub. You need to get off the sub.
Like everybody's like the sensation online now is that penguin that Warner Herzog, that the penguin leaves his doesn't go to the feeding area or back to the pack. He takes off straight to the mountain, 70 kilometers. Scientists say he's headed for certain death. Yet, if they turned him around, he would immediately go back toward the mountains. But why? So this was a thing about 15 years ago, and it's come back. Everybody's embracing the penguin now.
Yeah.
So that's one of those interesting things. But it's just it's something else. Carolina. Jimmy says, I was hoping BYU beat Arizona last night. Mike Morgan was on that call. BYU made a comeback, just ran out of time. Mike with the Elite Media Network, they're broadcasting national basketball games now. I hope Mike, I don't know, I haven't talked to him about this. I hope they do some NCAA tournament games. One of the best times I ever had, Phil. I was driving from Athens to Baton Rouge in March, from Nike camp to Nike camp. Got caught up in a heck of a mess of a rainstorm. And, but I think North Carolina was playing Alabama, and I listened to the Westwood One broadcast for the NCAA tournament. It was awesome. Nice. Westwood One broadcaster, cool. I listened to Mike call some football games this past year too. It's like I sat on my porch and listened to Texas, Oklahoma with him calling it. Those neutral radio broadcasts are pretty good. I don't like it when they have the ESPN TV people doing them, except the one when I think it was Sean McDonough and Dick Vitale called the Gamecock Final Four game on radio, and somebody synced that up to the run, the comeback, which is another thing that ended kind of like there will be blood. And that sucked. The reason that sucked so bad was not because Carolina lost necessarily. It was because we booked a travel package and we had to stay the next 2 days.
Oh, right.
Mm-hmm. To Monday. We couldn't go back till Tuesday. I'm like, I don't want to go watch North Carolina play Oregon. And you couldn't buy beer in the arena.
Oh, yeah, it was.
At that point in time.
Right.
That was awful.
No.
So anyway, but yeah, BYU and Arizona. Ben says he's excited for Michigan, Nebraska. A lot of top college basketball matchups this week. I think Nebraska gets humbled. Great record against a weak schedule so far. What world are we living in? So the other day, Nebraska beat Indiana in basketball and scored 83 points. Years ago, if you just said, hey, there's going to be 1 year where Nebraska is going to score 83 points in a sport against Indiana, and one of those teams is going to win the football national championship, I'd have said, well, Nebraska probably scored 83 points against Indiana in football and won the football national championship.
Sounds like Nebraska ran all over Indiana that Saturday.
No. Nebraska scored. They put up, put a bunch of points that beat the Hoosiers in basketball. And yeah, so we're in a world where Nebraska basketball. They got a good coach. Fred, the Mayor Hoiberg, is a really good coach. They're rolling right now. And Indiana football won a national championship. And Nebraska football was happy to get from 6-6 to 7-5. What a wonderful world. Crazy. TD Null says if Thornwell didn't have the flu, they beat Gonzaga. Yeah, he was just a little off. He still played really well. But man, the whole team wasn't feeling great. To have it in them when they got down 14, I was like, it's just in their day.
Yeah.
I was already preparing myself. Then they went on that run, and I was like,
climb back in it. Yeah.
So Ben says, I think Dusty May and Mike Boynton, Michigan, may have the best team in America this year. Happy to see Mike back to having success. Yeah, he's a good Gamecock. Mike Boykin was a rare basketball player that Fogler signed him, wasn't really well known out of Brooklyn, New York. And then by the time he was a senior, he's got better and better. And played for Dave Odom at the end. He had a 30 point. His senior year, he was really, really good. So Russell says they were controlling that sub with an Xbox controller. Yeah. So, I think about, now that I'm thinking about this penguin that ran away, I'm also, before that, was thinking about the Ocean Gate sub people. My theory is arrogance and ignorance can be a deadly combination, just in terms of safety. So I don't know. I was too angry today, Phil. That's why we're playing this song.
Sabai.
Sabai, just to let it go. Just chill, man.
Yeah.
Sabai. Dun, 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 dun. I don't know what they're saying.
I don't either.
I know what I'm saying. Terrible Tuesday is over.
Bad Bunny.
And I kind of enjoyed Terrible Tuesday today.
It's been a good Terrible Tuesday. We turned it around.
Kind of quick. TD said, great show, fellas. See y'all tomorrow, God willing. Yes, tomorrow's wide open Wednesday. So we'll get Roger in here now that Aiden Gibson set his official visit to get his scouting report on that. Get an update on high school sports in the upstate. Hopefully Roger's in. And all of our other people we only see on Wednesdays. And we love you just as much as the Club Chief members. But remember, you can always join Club Chief at the low price of $4.99 a month and interact with us every single day. Tailgate Talks is tomorrow. That's a podcast version on the Chief Sports app and also up on their YouTube channel. Please like it, youtube.com/@tailgatetalks547. And we're going to be out. Probably more recruiting stuff to talk about tomorrow.
Yeah.
There'll be some topic on coffee. I haven't decided quite yet. Oh, by the way. Oh, no, I'll save that. That may be what I talk about tomorrow. Okay. I did a lot of research during my free time today. For the Mad Dog, this is JC. We're out. Y'all have a great day. This has been the show. Thanks for listening.